Order, please rise for Mille Fougere.
Please be seated. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the September 25th City Council. Before we get to the public, we do have a very happy thing to go through. The Henry Baker Scholarships. They are being awarded, so I'm going to call on Councillor, please begin. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Regina has a long tradition dating back to the early 1990s. The Council recognizes achievement at the post-secondary level by a series of scholarships. I'm thrilled. I'm actually thrilled for reasons. One, that my council colleagues have continued tradition by supporting the scholars, and we have some outstanding people tonight that I would like to introduce you so that you understand about achievement and so as I introduce them, I'm going to call their name, and you will note that into the middle here to meet the mayor. They will receive a certificate and a handshake, and as I said to the mayor, welcome to come down for a picture. At the very end, we'll do a group picture. So to you in the audience, I'm going to introduce them. Don't clap. I finish, and they shake hands and so on. I'll give you the opportunity to clap your hands together for each one of them, and I ask you to do that, please. I'll begin with the University of Regina. First student is Alana Van de Sype, a recent graduate of Comprehensive Catholic High School, played in a variety of sports, taking handball at national level, yet to the provincial ties. Alana is a leader and student in her local church and 3 Catholic and the Catholic diocese. While initially working as a nursing degree, this scholar would eventually like a doctorate in pediatrics. We will help. Martina Leader. This young lady at school, she has her pilot's license and attained a scholarship through Air Cadet to represent Canada in an air program in Australia. Martina's second-year education. She is a member of the improv team ambassador program. While initially wishing to attain a bachelor's of education in a few years, her ultimate goal is a PhD, and I'm a professor. We wish you well. Fonusa, the second-year science student, has the opportunity to attend university with who are also students. Passion science, and her goal is to be a doctor with the express goal of improving the lives of others. Volunteers with Search, a health clinic in the tutors math and biology at the university, works at the YM's daycare as a childhood educator. Dedicated young woman who do very well in her life. Hey, this young woman is dedicated to social justice, volunteering for organizations, including president of the Engineers Without Regina. Her academic goals are master's or postdoctoral political science or urban planning. She asks, how can cities plan for global warming, foster vibrant, inclusive, resilient communities, and retain characteristics in a global world? A young woman with an offer and maybe a job at the City of Regina. Francis founded the Paul J. Hill Business Human Resource Club, among many volunteers activities at the U of O. A business major would like to remain active in volunteering, continue working toward the development of the province. With a varied commitment to his church, the Children's Wish Foundation, the food, and helping to raise funds to homelessness. Francis will make a difference in our province. Good luck to you, sir. Lauren Thies, currently working on Bachelor of Science and Biology honors, would ultimately plan on a Master of Physical Therapy. An athlete, Lauren has competed at the National Championships in women's curling and in sprint kayaking nationally, including winning bronze medal in 2016. She has set a goal of representing Saskatchewan in a national competition. A goal, and we wish you well. Student is not with us. I'd like to introduce you, if you don't mind. Heba Frage. This mother is a PhD student and process system engineer. She is part of a volunteer group, Help Refugees Source Free for household goods and clothing. Her research focuses on CO2 capture. Specifically, her researching to scan amines in order to use them to track CO2. Very relevant research for us in Saskatchewan. Congratulations to this young woman. Elizabeth from Quebec. This lady came to the U of R to athletics, track and field, and academics. Her academic interests are on health research, culminating in the Dean's Medal for the Faculty of Kinesiology and Health Studies. In her fear of a master's, with us exploring healthcare culture and a moral agency of nurses in an urban and rural healthcare setting. Proud Métis woman also found time to work with young track athletes and challenge EMP cadets in strength and conditioning. Well done. From First Nation University, Linda. This single mother to four is a third-year Asian student enrolled in Indigenous education. She has worked at the Indigenous Peoples Health Center. She believes that children are positive role models and have individuals to guide them down a positive educational path. We believe you're doing just that. I have one more student that's not here tonight, but I'd like to introduce well. Tina Tremblay. Tina is a first-year business student. She is a mother who previously worked at South for 15 years. She's been asked to complete a mentorship program to allow her to assist with new students entering university. This is a great role model. From Sask Polytechnic, Deanna Degnan. A recent of Archbishop Home School, this young woman is enrolled in the Interactive Design Technology program. Active in her church, a member of the choral program at her school, was attaining high marks. She'll draw, dance, and a work ethic. Deanna, we wish you much success. I'll do my best on this. Judea Ray Wansika. I hope I came close. Graduate of Campbell Collegiate, was originally from the Philippines. She volunteered at the Mackenzie Gallery, Rainbow Youth Center, and with Mosaic Francophone. Enrolled in the Information Technology program, her goal is to have a bachelor's degree in science, especially in IT security. And we're fortunate that she has chosen to be our home. Angela Bailey. Angela is a second-year graphic communication student. She has a for photography. She has volunteered with the Food Bank, Cosmopolitan Learning Center, Victoria Estates, and the Regina Summer Beach. Angela is committed to perform high level and loves the opportunity that has provided to her. Success is in your future. From the Saskatchewan Institute of Technologies, Christina Crow. Christina is a role model and will appear in a letter published by Sask Polytechnic, highlighting role models. A first-year student, she will specialize in accounting. Active in her church and in other ministries, Christina worked for the Saskatchewan Foster Family Association. There she encountered two little girls in need of a home, and she adopted them. Just 3 months and 17 months time, and they entered her home. We wish you continued success and much joy. Bradley Barassa. Brad already attained his fourth power engineering status and now works his third stature. His long-term goal is to continue to achieve even higher class. Bradley has made time to appear at his sister school, working office, and at a movie theater. We wish you success. Lindsay DeLorme. This first-year student has a history of volunteer. She has worked with the Cathedral Arts Folk, the Stepping Stones Career Fair, and community dances and fee ceremonies. She is also a person for the Regina Anti-Gang Services. Her career is to graduate with a power engineering certificate, and yes, and I read this with much pride, work for the City of Regina. I'm hoping making note of a couple now. Okay, thanks. Dumont. Elsa Ramos McKenzie. This educator has a passion for teaching youth that is around her Indigenous history, culture, and ways. She teaches cultural dance, has been a facilitator for the U of R Faculty of Education Day for Reconciliation, has helped to plan and facilitate a Métis Educational Day for early childhood educators. Her commitment will lead to a great future. So I have three other people I'd like to introduce. These are people that are representing those institutions that are where these come from, and I'd like them to come down in our team photo. I'd like you to welcome Janice Thompson, who comes from the Urban Native Teacher Education Program from the University of Regina. Malloy is the VP of Research, and from Graduate Scholarships and Awards at the Graduate Studies at the U of R, in Sorensen. Ladies, please. These are wonderful people. Morning, how are you? Nice to have you here. I know. We're going to kind of get cozy here, folks. So put the mayor in the front, and all the people.
We'll begin once the gallery is cleared. To like to leave. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the main portion of this evening, which is all the items before us. I'm going to ask confirmation of the agenda as amended. We do have an addition to the agenda. Motion for concurrence. Councillor Hawkins, Councillor Barshiani, all those are. The minutes will for the council meeting on August 20. I have a motion to adopt those. Seconder, Councillor Friender. Any errors, omissions, or comment on the minutes? All those opposed. Now we'll move into delegations, public hearings, public notice bylaws, and reports. Delegation is David Mock. Mr. Come forward. Tell us who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation. Maybe questions afterwards.
My name is Ma. I represent myself. Mayor Vacher, councillors, thank you for the opportunity for me to express my concerns and share awareness of the noise issue thing that Queens on Garner community. The noise is from a processing in the proposed Sugar Creek business. I know consistent noise from the east direction of the Greens. This is most noticeable starting around 9 in the evenings and get louder at night into the early hours and until the morning when I go to work. The noise is motorcycle in full throttle, a power wood planer in operation. Times the loud noise heard in my living room, all windows closed. This noise disturbance is affecting my rest and sleep and compromises my ability to perform my work. I have visited 39 houses in the Greens and have collected 4 signatures in a petition for the city to investigate noise issue. Councillor Barshiani, the bylaw officer, took decibel readings at the processing plant at my house. They are within the bylaws. However, those readings done during the day, I have recorded those on noisy nights at various locations, and I will take the council to hear one of these photos.
So maybe pick that up on our microphone.
I'm going to
Go ahead.
pick it up. This is the sound that we heard. I have visited all holders, invited all stakeholders to meet with Councillor Barshiani House on Monday, September. We had 18 attendees, and many of them had their concerns regarding the noise disturbance to Councillor Barshiani. Builders, developers, processing plant did not attend. Tonight, I'm addressing my concerns to all of you. I have 2 concerns. One, for the covenant with city planning, there is currently no plan noise control. I was told that any noise control as the area develops. The impression is city planning is in reactive mode instead of a proactive mode. This worries me because I cannot see the end of this issue. My rest in the evening, sleep at night, affecting me to the point not able to perform at my best ability to work. 2, if the proposed Sugar Creek business plan is approved, the land in the park will be rezoned all other zones, as specified zoning bylaw 9250. The allowable noise level will be even higher. With the Regina bypass, a potential contributor, and the rail intermodal facility, another potential contributor, I would imagine that noise disturbance to the Greens will be much worse than it is now. I am not against any of this process, but there needs to noise impact studies evaluate how these projects affect the residential areas and to protect the residents from noise disturbance.
Mr. Ma, you have one more in your presentation.
Thank
time.
you. In the Sugar Creek Business Park Oaks document, as on traffic, water, sanitary, and stormwater mentioned, but noise was not. I'm asking the city to step back from approving those concept plan just to consider the concerns of myself, neighbor, and many neighbors with the noise issue, and give direction to the Planning Commission and City Plan Development time to this noise issue. Perhaps a noise attenuation study can be done to select and mitigation measures to ensure land compatibility for approving the proposed concept plan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ma, for your presentation. Are there questions of Mr. Ma? Councilor Bresciani?
Thank you, Your Worship. It's not a question, just a comment and a follow-up, I think. First, thank you for inviting me out and being able to listen to sound. One of the things that residents are concerned of is the sound and future moving forward. And I know that the city actually, I want to thank you to bylaw, they went out right away and they actually did this, and there was no violation. And that, again, the residents were still a little bit concerned they could hear the sound. What I did do, and I know what the city did, was we went out to the flour mill and I contacted the flour mill. And, you know, they only been aware of this 2 weeks ago. And they were very clear. They said, first when I talked to them, and they came back, and I think on Friday, Thursday or Friday, they indicated, you know, we want to be a good neighbor. And that's the same.
Mr. Bresciani, those comments during the discussion were just questions, if you don't mind.
Okay. So I guess we've already heard the sound of that. So, but I did want to just point, though, that the flour mill has said that they will look at some kind of to decrease the sound. So I want to make that clear. Thank you.
So no question. Okay. Other questions of the delegation? Councilor Young.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Jamal, thank you for coming forward. And my question for you is, you said that the sound grows louder in the evening. And are these that you just hear with your ear, does it actually cause a vibration?
Also, is 1.2 km away from no vibration from there. If there is,
okay,
catastrophic. But the noise is getting louder because night activities, the activities calms down, and the noise from the mill is apparent and it's getting louder. And sometimes I'm not sure how they operate, but they do up and down from time to time.
Okay, and you also sent a link website, which had, so there are some things that can be done to mitigate with large industrial things to actually bring the sound, and that would be helpful for me to know that there are things that can. And the only other thing that I would add is that low frequencies, lower sounds, travel long distances at night. They're louder at night. That's probably happening. Thank you for coming forward.
Thank you, Councilor Young. Councilor O'Donnell.
Good evening, Mr. Mull. Welcome. Can I ask if you can your concerns directly to the plant? Have you visited to their management?
I not. The first time I contacted them is when the meeting was going to happen at my house, and the Friday before, and I was between 10 and 11 again at noontime.
Thank you. Are you aware of any of your neighbors visiting them to express the concern to the plant?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Good.
Thank you, Councilor O'Donnell. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you so much for your presentation. Note of receiving the petitions by you and other residents as well, distributed to all members of council. Thank you. You can return to the
you.
And we'll go on to our next delegation, Bob Linder at Al-Khatib. Gentlemen, if you call yourselves for the record, we represent, and you have this for your presentation as well.
Good evening, Your Worship, City Council. My name is Linder. I'm an independent consultant. Here this evening representing the investors in this development, Long Lake Investments and Pulse Producers. And he is the represent both principal firms, Mr. Al-Khatib. Your Worship, your Regina official community plan and the neighborhood plan chart a course for race and sustainable development. Vision for industrial development to ensure a supply of land, promoting diversity of locating new opportunities for employment. It's to leverage these opportunities to expand existing and fulfill the overriding of building complete communities to live, work, and play in a compatible form, maximizing existing infrastructure capacity and travel distances. This concept plan, Your Worship, designated as an employment in the Southeast Neighborhood Plan of Pure Council about a year ago. The existing industry into the city in 2014 provides a long and successful base. The new bypass and service road with Highways 133, along with the existing railway infrastructure, provides the infrastructure required for industry movement of goods and service access. Because that bypass and service road are under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Highways and Infrastructure, support and approval are required and have been provided in writing. They recognize their investment provides for a new economic development. Your administration report recommended to you this approval by the Regina Commission, Your Worship, follows a discussion very convincingly, lays out the plan servicing approach. The concept plan has been fully communicated through your public notice proofs, and no material concern raised. Abutting landowners have been consulted. The owners fully support the recommendation report before you this evening, Your Worship, and commit to advance its implementation. Your industrial area will be designed to attract firm investment in the movement of and the value-added agricultural sector already in this area. It will complement and bring into the city limits real sites promoting competitive regional opportunities in a strategic new location on the regional strengths. It will be a light and medium industrial area, not requiring high demands on sewer and water. They are separated from the growing southeast residential area by the bypass buffering, which mitigates any interference. The existing industry has not presented any problems, subject, of course, to the gentleman who just spoke for one of the existing industries. Your Worship, the owners appreciate your support in the process to bring the development to you for approval. They support the recommendations unless you support. Al-Khatib and I are prepared to answer questions or provide any further information. And in this delegation, Your Worship, dealing with rezoning of the phase, will speak to you about the specific first intermodal facility in East Regina. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Tory, for your presentation. Other questions of the delegation? Mr. Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming forward tonight. Is that me? I just wanted to ask, in regards to, as being a developer, I guess just to take us back, we heard Mr. Moss speak in regards to sound, and being a local developer, I'd like to kind of hear your thoughts, or how, if you would like to respond in regarding to the sound.
Your Worship, the issue that Mr. Ma raises is with respect to a specific area existing in the area, and as the comments I heard earlier, there are noise standards which are respected certainly by developers I represent. We would anticipate that any noise will be addressed at the specific site development, and should there be any noise developments required by the city to compliance with the noise buffering of any existing, we will ensure we comply. When the Southeastern Plan was done, Your Worship, there was no noise issues raised to be addressed except those noises that might result in buffering required between the bus and new residential areas to the west of the bypass, Even there, the hearing consultants identified that the noise levels we require a certain amount of separation, some tree buffering. So certainly our intent, as in any industrial, each site that we sell equipment will ensure that it meets the noise bylaw standard, prepared to meet those in any testing the city would wish us.
Perfect, that's cool. And a question, in regards to the employment piece, I know I've spoken to also many residents that are very excited about the opportunity to be able to live, work in the hood. If you can just elaborate a little bit on as well.
Your Worship, the base comes from your design of official community planning document to the desirability of the city to ensure a compact urban form and complete neighborhoods that will provide the basis for people to work and play in the same. The thing at Your Worship is to minimize the use of infrastructure, limit travel time, people can commute at shorter distances, which will minimize demands on your transit system. That was one piece of the development of the Southeast Neighborhood Plan, and with your design regional official plan, to ensure that happens in this industrial area. Attributes being on the side of the bypass and near-working industry provided the opportunity to fulfill those objectives. So it's something that we find very exciting, very opportune, and is one of the main attributes of this development.
And Worship, if I may add, I think that the use of existing infrastructure. Looking at the fact we have, functional rail infrastructure, a properly designed service road, and the ability to have an industrial corridor tied to the transportation and logistics that are there, I think is a very exciting opportunity where, we predict to be, in the, hundreds and hundreds of jobs created, that will allow, though, that development to be done and to continue impact on the infrastructure largely in that local area. And one of the things that we've done a lot of work in terms of looking at traffic impact assessment is that, for instance, the truck traffic that will generate will largely be contained within the bypass and the service in Highway 1 and Highway 33. We think that the proper design implementation of this program, result of the infrastructure, may actually alleviate some of the traffic that will be currently coming off of Highway 1 on Victoria and on Arcola. Those will be much more contained past infrastructure. I think that the ability of residents, the durability. I've been a very big support of the planning process of complete communities, and I believe that residents do want to live. They want to have their recreation facilities, their educational facilities, and they want jobs. And one of the things I've said at this council before, that jobs create our opportunity in the city. It's not about building houses. It's not about building retail. Job economic activity create the future of Regina. And today we have a very exciting opportunity in where it was intended that this would be industrial as a result of the positioning with the bypass.
Perfect. And one last question. In this plan, I understand that the light industrial is going to be at the front, and then the medium industrial is at the next, and that again will also the sound in that case. Would that be accurate?
That's correct. The light industrial is the area immediately of the bypass. The heavier industrial, or what's called medium industrial, on the east side of the service road. So there is a stepped up in from the industrial over to heavy, medium as you move first. Yes.
Thank you.
I do want to comment on that too, though. We are not only the developer, but BGT is a resident there. The main processing plant. I mean, we are targeting very clean, very contained facilities, and certainly be very cognizant of our neighbor and sound and all of those. We've been very clear that we can abide by the current rules. We can have a very, very attractive development.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Pershiani. Councilor O'Donnell.
Thank you, gentlemen. So we have this concept plan, but sometimes it's a plan we can all think kind of vague or the future. Let's talk about what you have a plan for. What would you see 10 or 20 years from now? What would it look like?
Your Worship, if I could make Mr. Alcatee may want to add, the whole concept of this area and the owners, and Mr. Elkity, others, there's an existing value-added agricultural base. I think with the first phase developed the intermodal facility by AGT and Mobile Grain, and will bring a new logistics center to the city. So we're looking at essentially a movement of goods into transportation, warehousing, distribution of goods, and additional value added. So we're talking about essentially a new industrial form in taking access to the transportation network that will provide that value-added agriculture and goods movement and distribution system into what can best be a logistic based around the value agricultural sector.
And Your Worship, if I could just, we are an independent economy, and an ability to utilize efficient, cost-effective transportation structure, is essential for the competitiveness of our firms in Regina region, and provide a city, based logistics center, industrial park that I think is going to be very not only cost competitive and to have state-of-the-art infrastructure in terms of connectivity to Highway 1, Highway 33 activity. So the vision is to build out around they presented to council before, like the cluster initiative and others. This is going to be a critical project. We believe that we'll look back as one of the generational projects that brought and intermodal connectivity for Regina firms and regional firms to the world.
Thanks for the answer. It's sometimes hard for people to visualize when nothing is there, and so we're going to work from west to east, if you don't mind. So what I'm going to say first, on the west boundary of the land, is it in fact the future bypass that is under construction there right now? That's the boundary?
Bypass is the western, Your Worship, Mr. Councilor O'Donnell, the bypass is the western limit of the industrial development. The first phase of the development will be between the bypass and the service road east from the bypass. The bypass was conceived as being the natural separation between the industry and the residential development as one of the founding goals in the southeast neighborhoods plan. So the first phase of development will come south of Primrose and east of the bypass. On the other side of the service road is where the intermodal facility will be located. Just to the west, immediately abutting the railroad tracks.
Does the service road connect Highway 1 to the north?
Yes.
Arcola to the south, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Bishop. The service road connects directly, immediately through our development onto Arcola Avenue, Highway 33. And then that service road loops back to the rural municipality and Highway number 1 of what's called Gravel Road.
And it will also, Your Worship, connect to Pioneer Change and then go all the way to Liberty.
Okay, good. Thanks for that. So then to the east boundary is CNCP Rail, track shared by both companies, correct?
Your Worship, it's correct that a section of track to the north property is a joint running track by CP Rail, but it has running rights for CN Rail. And as you get to Primrose Green Drive, where AGT is located, the line continues is actually a CN that is currently not in service. It goes to Rowett, and there's a bridge out.
Okay.
But the rail that would connect Melville, and then that would be the intermodal facility will be serviced.
So, but if the train is to go to the south, CP Rail, where would that end up?
For the logistics center, Your Worship, it would go to what's called the Tyvan sub, which would end up at Stoughton.
Okay. And if I'm correct, that goes all the way eventually to Chicago?
Actually, connectivity on CP would go back into the yard and then up to Milestone to Chicago on the Sioux line.
Okay.
Connectivity down south to Stoughton is there. And then the connection from CN Melville to Saskatoon, Rupert, and then back to Chicago the other way. So this will provide Regina with connectivity to all major seaports. So Montreal, Halifax, Bay, Churchill, Vancouver, Prince Rupert, Chicago. So it gives a very significant logistic advantage.
Good. Thanks for that. I learned a couple things I didn't know. I want to one of the things that's in the in the recommendations about water, and it makes it, and there's a document or a lot of time spent in the document talking about water permission. So I'm going to throw it back at you a little bit, saying, so it said, your water demand is a critical component for the city permission. I'm asking if you want that, if you would mind commenting about that.
Your Worship, we understand very much. Certainly when participated, I participated in the city, but Mr. Al-Khatib and his participated as owners within the Southeast Neighbor Plan. It was raised firstly that there is a pressure challenge in Southeast Regina. That pressure challenge was recognized in approval of the Aurora Center, the towns and east concept plans, recognizing that the Southeast pressure through your master water should ultimately address that. When the AGT did expansion, there was a discussion of doing a pond for protection. That ultimately dismissed by the owner, certainly with the agreement and support of your nation, that we would run water lines in industrial development, providing firstly for fire protection for fire, but certainly as soon as sufficient flows will go through enough development become potable water, recognizing that as we anticipate will purely be domestic, that is for employees. None of the industry contemplated coming in this area with our users. So we recognize in the short trail, like the rest of South China, until the Southeast pressure is resolved, there will be pressure challenges, and each development will have to meet certain criteria from the city around flows and flow requirements and pressure requirements before water can be provided. Recognize that and accept it, and we're with the city that is over the next several years, those pressure issues resolved for all of Southeast.
And Your Worship, if I could just add, AGT has been at our location for 14 years, and we're currently on a well system. We only require water to flush. And so, perspective, we are actually entirely self-sufficient with city water supply. So we're evidence of the ability to attract, very large industry. We created over 3 hubs and maybe $300 of new economic activity just site without City of Regina water.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donald. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Welcome. We talked about this being a common land, which means that well sites and companies wish to build come back to the city to meet all of the specifications that the city would have for those buildings. And that, I would think, a good time to talk about noise abatement and what we're going to be doing as an industry. Could you give us some examples of light industry and medium industry, just so you understand the difference?
Your Worship, Councillor Young's comments are quite accurate. In favor with your approval of this concept plan and the zoning this evening, the next steps for us will be to move forward with the actual subdivision and detailed zoning of the first. Once the sites are subdivided, each site we sell will have to come in for specific development permit application, zoning permits, where the will be evaluated, and if there are any requirements or any generated there, that will be addressed through your standard approval process for your administration. We, that with the logistics center seeing intermodal on the east side of the service, we're looking mainly at warehouse trucking firms, distribution, those people who would have a synergy of with the intermodal fee. Most of those would be sites where trucks would come in and out, stored, maintained, and so we're looking at that type of industry that is probably alerting towards the commercial side of being trucking, warehouse, distribution, servicing, perhaps automobile and farm equipment type of sales. So that type of development, nothing we contemplate in the first phases in the light area would be manufacturing or processing.
Your Worship, with the, of course, the exception of continued focus on ag value assessing, currently a focus because of the existence of AG foods and Nutrisund foods. So looking at natural, clean agricultural products, and both of the existing facilities, my knowledge, my neighbors to the south, Nutrisund and ourselves, none of the firms use any additives in their pests. There's no but clean processing, milling, all of the types of natural processing activities.
So this processing is with agricultural as opposed to other forms of business where the economy goes up and down, like oil and gas and mines. So this is taking advantage of what we just here, which is agriculture. Correct.
Your worship, I would say that agriculture you added, has been a foundation of the economy to weather the current commodity super cycle. We succeed in Regina region to take the raw material supply of Regina Plains and up the value. We insulate our economy from those commodity super cycles. The true definition of commodity being a baker. And so we want to transform into manufactured products, ingredients, and an ability for our producers and our ancillaries to participate in the wealth generation of that processing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Con. Councillor Bryce, do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. I have to admit, when I first saw the concept for industry in this Regina, I was a bit puzzled. If you look at where industry currently cluster city, kind of ask myself why here. It's very helpful to walk through this and for me to spend time looking at details. But I do have a question for you, Mr. Al, from an industry perspective. What kind of advantage does this corner of Regina have over civil transportation, which I understand to have all of the logistics concentrated area and was designed to do just that? So if you're industry, you're looking to set up shop, why would you go to this southeast corner and not the global transportation hub?
Well, Your Worship, I think that the one thing that we will be able to market effectively is, there's a desire by firms to actually have a Regina location. The service reliability, of the City of Regina system is guaranteed in a city industrial development. But, beyond that, activity to Highway 1, Highway 3, and then the infrastructure that we're proposing will be serviced by Canadian National Railway. The Global Transportation Hub serviced by Canadian Pacific Railway. The way that the container operations work in the world, ship lines, so large like Maersk, Sealand, Hapag-Lloyd, Zim Israel Aviation, Chiping, Mediterranean Company, MSC, they all run either on CN or C. Now, currently, if my estimates are correct, around 70% of the intermodal traffic in the country run on CN Rail last year, and that's because the great majority of the main ship lines of the world run on CN. We will, in this development, be bringing connectivity to the major steamship lines that are currently available. And, currently AGT, we're trucking almost 1,000 containers per by road from Saskatoon to Regina, just to be able to service our processing in East Regina. And that will eliminate, because those will be transferred by rail, Melville to Regina, where they won't leave that connected site, where they will travel 500 meters down to be loaded. They will be returned to put back out, which I believe is effective and the most environmentally sustainable way for us to develop. And I think that there will be a great environmental sustainability focus to the ag value added in Regina, and this will fit very well development.
Thank you. Final question. I heard from a resident tonight, signatures from a handful of residents in that area about this and what an industrial zone mean for them. Would you have any reservations about living in that area if it were zoned industrial and you were to put yourself in shoes?
My grandchildren, son and daughter-in-law live very close to mom. No, I wouldn't.
Your Worship, I'm happy to say that I've been there 14 years, and it wasn't my plant that he was about, so that was positive. But at the end of the day, the industrial development that we're proposing is following a southeast neighborhood that actually acknowledges the present high-speed forward bypass as a barrier or a barrier, but a boundary. And then, there was this parcel of land where you had the service road rail infrastructure, so it wouldn't be suitable for, continuation of residential, especially with the current use that were approved there. So, from that perspective, I can tell I built the processing plant. There were no houses in the Greens on Gardner, and there were no housing developments. And I think that the boundaries that are currently established, will provide a significant buffer, and asked by the city to do our part too, landscape and of interfaces with the bypass. We'll do all we can to its concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillors. Councillor Flake.
Thank you. Welcome. How long has that flour mill been?
Your Worship, my recollection, the flour mill was around 1994. Predated me by around 9 years, so it would have been a very long time.
And you're saying you don't own it?
No, we owned by Patterson Grain in Winnipeg.
Do you happen to know, and I just need to ask this, because do you know which way the noise really comes out of that building? Which side of the building?
Your Worship, I am guessing that the noise would out of the south end of the building.
South end? Okay.
Yeah. What the noise I believe is pneumatic systems that move the powder.
Sure.
So they can't convey them. They have them using air.
Yeah.
And I believe that they may be hearing as a fan or something like that. That's the lead, but I don't know for sure.
So if I could ask, knowing, and we can go into this some other time, but knowing how that is, would you suspect that you would build a little bit different in terms of fast?
Your Worship, we use a lot of pneumatic systems, a lot of conveyance systems, and there are different techniques that can be used, and I'm confident in. I mean, the technologies today, social license and an ability to be a neighbor in Montreal with residential and city. And, frankly, it's not just residential. I mean, we have good neighbors to our neighbors within the industrial developments. So, dust and noise and lighting are all things that we will be very cognizant within the rules of the city to ensure that it's truly light and which means it's contained within our properties, not affecting the neighbor properties beyond the rules.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. I see no other question for you. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your answers and presentation. You can go Valley. And move to our first report, and this is a report, Chuka Creek Business Park Plan Concept Plan. Mr. O'Donnell. What? Oh. There you go.
Thanks very much. If I could have a second, I'll speak to this.
Second, please. Councillor Young.
Thanks very much. I'm going to ask a couple of questions before I make my comments. So in number 2, I'll note that the word, or I guess, press industrial is there. Now, we've seen before at council. Could you just make sure everybody understands what prestige industrial means, please?
Ms. Howard?
And related services, which incorporate high standard design, landscaping, and space. They believe about intended for, the zone is not intended for retail service, to be a higher standard of industrial development.
Thank you very much. And the question was answered, but I wish to ask the administrator. We have talked at Aurora and other developments in this area about the no potable water and so on. Can I hear from the administrator, please, just a little bit about the understanding that heard the proponent agree to, and what that means long term?
Through your, the Prestige Australia has to be on the services, city services, pipe city service. Anything north of that, light industrial and the medium industrial, can have interim service, so wells and septic, and we'll look at as the developments come online regarding their servicing requests.
So if I could just follow the mayor. So if Yeah, so if the developer is going to build something, is to a city standard, is that correct? They build a temporary or for use or so, but it's to a city standard, is that?
That's correct. Still have requirements as the subdivision come through, depending on for them in light with respect to the service requirements, and then once pipe services, then there'll be a requirement for the light and medium to hook in, and that to take place once the Prestige gets the pipe services to the area.
Question, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Tarla. So before any building can be built out there, one of the conditions that the water pressure zone must be able to attain, I'm saying that poorly, must be able to meet the need there for the rest of the community as well as this one. Is that right?
That's right. With the Prestige, they have to have the pipe services. So at that point, then there would be the requirement to meet all requirements with respect to pressure. Good,
thanks. So a couple comments, and then I'll be done. One, Planning Commission, we saw that being consistent with the South neighborhood plan. Idea actually was discussed quite a bit in terms of traffic flows a little bit, and really what happened in this area is that the traffic flows would be the opposite in many cases. So it would operate a little bit different, not really impact some of the, that's one. Two, I had the proponents through the area. You'll know the rail line, which has been there for a long time, service internationally. That's important to understand the possibility of the jobs, our export jobs, the market that's here. And the service road, which has not existed before, allow traffic not through the city of Regina, but to the one highway and, of course, Polo and so on. So we see this as a great benefit to our community creation and following our plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dowell. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Certainly I'm going to support and with the view that the concept plan, and we're looking rezoning for the land truck part of it. This will come back to, in the future when we begin to look at builds and going to happen on those sites. So my question is, or my comment would be, the second noise issue that I've had to deal with this week as a councillor, and the one I've dealt with is vibration noise. You can't even hear it outside, but you can sit inside the house. So I'm just wondering if the plans to take a look at our bylaw, which has been for quite some time, and upgrade it according to the latest scientific work done on noise and vibration. And I would be happy to notice a motion and bring something forward.
Right.
Through your currently have not had discussion of the noise. So that would be up to council if they would like administration to go back and have a look at it or revisit it. We would retain that if it was brought.
Okay. So I will bring a notice of motion forward with regard to the noise bylaw in the future, in the near future. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Minnie.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess I would support that as well. I think that even just to have it re-looked at. Just to clarify one thing. So in regard to the concept plan, now the next stage will be that it'll come, when it's rezoned, it will come back to planning. At that time, that's when a sound would be done, any kind of invite, all that stuff. Is that and then there will be some engagement with stakeholders. Is that accurate?
Ms. Howard?
Your Worship, so concept plans approved, then as parcels get rezoned and subdivided, it will be at its individual lots as development takes place that we are more studies based on the use that is coming forward. So not every use would trigger a noise study or those sorts. So we look at each individual site and what's being to determine what types of studies and additional information we would need into to determine what studies in order to evaluate the Obviously, things that are uses within the zoning bylaw come back to Planning Commission, but those are usually that are not as controversial as of impactful, negative impact. It's usually the discretionary uses. It's a discretionary use, notifications, and then it would come to Planning Commission. Rezonings have notification to be brought forward.
Perfect. And that also one more question, Your Worship. So that also though would include public engagement. Would that be with residents in that area? Well, do they get notified or anything like that?
Through your worship, so when there's zoning application, we would go through process, and there would be opportunities for the public to provide comment, depending on if it's a discretion. There's always that opportunity too. Obviously, that discretionary uses have to come to Regina Planning Commission, which all residents have the opportunity to come and voice their support or their concerns that they might have discretionary use application within their area.
Okay, so I think that's just comment and follow up. That's great. It gives students an opportunity to take a look at what's coming forward. And also, I understand that in this would also traffic also continue to be monitored as well. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stevens.
Two questions. On page 20 of the report under environmental obligations, there's a section or a paragraph that references the RQHR's concerns with the private service strategy, and they're dated 17th, 2017. Could you maybe elaborate on what those concerns were and how they might be? It refers to the private servicing of sewage.
Ms. Harlock?
Sorry, through your worship, I might ask Mr. Brown to go into the details of that specific comment.
Mr. Brown?
Yes, we responded and we did have a look at it in terms of what was proposed for servicing. In terms of what the proponent is looking for with the interim strategy related medium, they're actually looking in terms of, I think one of the was about well servicing, looking at actually just providing essentially pipe network to provide the fire flows, and with essentially hold off on the actual potable use at a future date until we pressure solution in place. And then similarly with respect to the hauling, we've looked at in terms of haul routes and such for those uses to be interim septic, and then they could utilize the bypass to move that septic haul trucks around to our septic receiving station on the other side of the city.
Thank you. Second question for administration with options here. If we're talking about traffic flows in a concept plan, but I think we have to get a name here. There is mention here of paratransit. Where would this industrial zone to the transportation master plan? And when would we start to see public transitions roll out as the industrial zone is popular?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, transit and those sorts will be looked at as it starts to build. Obviously, we need before we move into looking at services being put to this area. I might ask Mr. Brown to be more specific on what the transportation master plan says.
Brown.
So the transportation master plan doesn't get a level of detail in what this plan shows, but as Mr. Harlock identified, there is a transit plan or network route within the plan area, and then there's budget and development and stuff for it, that the timing of the implementation of that can be brought forward in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce, do you have any questions on the report?
I don't have any questions on the report, but thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bryce. Councillor Massanelli.
Through Mayor, I was wondering, we was mentioned a couple of times tonight, being this is a hot in that corner of the city, are there any plans for noise mitigation in place? Have we started to plan to build buffer zone bypass being implemented? Any steps taken so far?
Ms. Harlock?
So we will have that. That's not noise barriers. It does help to mitigate the noise. On the east side, there is a requirement that between the Regina bypass, the lands between the Regina bypass and Anaquah, they are required to have a buffer and noise area on the west side of the bypass. So that will, when those lands start to develop. As development takes place within this area between this land example, all the way through as more houses get developed within the area, that helps start to make the noise concerns. And then we said that one strip between Anaquah and the bypass that develops, there will be a noise barrier built within that.
Second question, it's reference to a septic system. I'm not familiar with what our bylaws are in septic systems. Is there any type of inspect, or how long can the system be in the ground? Do we ever have an inspection? Is there any chance of leaking? Is that something that goes forth and is left there forever after it's installed? Because they might later on put a piping system in?
Ms. Harlock?
Yeah, Worship. Obviously, any system that puts in place has environmental regulations, so the property owner's responsibility to ensure they are meeting those regulations. And when a system comes in and they're required to hook, it have to addition that system to environmental standards.
So as a city, we don't actually monitor systems. That's not something that's under our purview.
I have to defer.
Ms. Gizmo.
Through your worship, sorry, I don't know for sure what monitoring programs we'd have in place. We certainly monitor as we bring it to the hauled waste station and the type of waste that is coming from them, but I have to do some looking to see what the monitoring on the septic tanks themselves is.
I'm more interested in the line just to see if it's an abandoned septic system and not full, what happens one day. I don't know what the ins and outs are, so I'm just... one more question. They talk about a pumping station at the south. The water pressure has been alluded to a couple times. What's the time frame on that? Is that something that's a 10-year phase, year phase? And are there SAF fees from this project to be going towards that system?
Ms. Harlock?
Sure. So the water master plan will be coming forward by the end of the year, early next year, and we have some solutions that we're looking. Obviously, with any, it is going to take time to build, so we're hoping in the next 5 years that this solution will be built. The one thing is that the preliminary earnings of the study have shown that we're in a better spot than what we thought we were before studies. So we'll just keep monitoring it. But it is within the service agreement fee model and is a project that will actually we're doing preliminary with respect to lands and those sorts of things. So it is being one. Hopefully within the next solution will be implemented.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Meston. Are there other speakers on the report? Just one, please. Just Councilor Hawkins.
It's very difficult to hear on this side of the chamber. I'm wondering, now that they're working on it, but I'm wondering if you could speak a little more loud. Thank you.
We've had no side as well. This has been difficult, so work on the volume control. Other speakers on the report? There are not. Call the question on the report. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. So we'll move on to next delegation, which again is Mr. Leonard and Mr. Al-Khatib. If you could come forward again, you have your presentation. This one is about the bylaw amendment. Just identify yourself for the record when you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Certainly. Thank you again, Your Worship. My name is Bob Leonard, Independent Planning Consultant. I'm here this evening, Your Worship, representing Investments, the owner of the land, and AGT, who is the developer of the proposed intermodal rail facility on the site for this rezoning. With Mr. Murad Al, principal of Long Lake Investments, and the CEO of AGT. Worship, the Regina Planning Commission report concurs with the administration recommendations, fully sets out the city and planning framework for this rezoning. It fully complies with the Design Regina Official Command, the Southeast Neighborhood Plan, and the Chuka Creek Plan before you this evening that's now approved. Your Worship, there is a necessary first step, and the next step is the plan implementation, development of the anchoring intermodal facilities to serve the existing value-added agricultural industry and bring into the city firmly the container movement of goods to national and international markets. The proposed was to be built by ADT under agreement with Canadian Nationals, was located to access the transportation network, supporting the industry, and the city's vision of a complete city to live and work, maximizing existing infrastructure capacity and limiting travel distances. It brings into the city the economic opportunity and industrial park strategically located in these neighborhoods supporting the objectives. Your Worship, the community competitive market demands efficient and costly movement of goods to be achieved through a critical mass of firms and ready and efficient to the modern and integrated transit network. Canadian National Railways is a critical component for success, as it is a mover of container goods in Canada, bringing to the city and region a major new economic cluster. Upon approval of the concept plan this evening and the zoning, the owners and AGT will move forward with implementation action once all permits are issued. Applications with all technical reports and plans have been filed with administration and the Ministry of Highway Infrastructure, both of whom are the development and issue permits. Your report and recommendations provide cogent evidence of compliance with your progressive policy and strategic vision for future Regina. The AGT support the process and recommendations and look forward to working with you the vision for growth and success for this milestone project approval. Your Worship, Mr. Al-Khatib and I would be prepared to offer elaboration or clarification and seek your approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presence. Much of what you talked about now and has been discussed already, so I'm looking for questions of the delegation members of council. Councilor Brashani.
Thank you. Just one question in regards to your worship. In regard to the intermodal facility, what hours would this be running?
Your worship, the intermodal operations will operate from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday to Friday. They planned reduced shift on Saturday, Sunday. I believe the hours are 8 till 5 on Saturday. But I could check with the I think it's only an 8-hour for lunch on the weekends.
Okay, that's great. Again, that would mean that it was heard from the residents. They were worried about it going at night and into the lists when people are sleeping. So thank you for that.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilor Brashani. Councilor Flagel.
Thank you, and welcome back, gentlemen. All of that you're just finished talking about, is all within the city limits, or is there some in the RM as well?
The city limits, Your Worship.
Entirely? Well, there is a buffer, because you mentioned, I know one thing, you mentioned something about some of it will be on the east side of the rails, but there's a buffer there?
We own Long Lake Investments approximately 60 feet to the east of the railway tracks. And so what that does is it provides the appropriate control rail access and the ability to deal with appropriate setbacks on track maintenance and safety.
Thank you. The other thing is, if we're looking to build this out into potential.
Your Worship, is Councilor Flagel speaking of the facility itself? Yes. The intermodal facility will only employ half a dozen people. It's fully automated, and trucks come in and go through a kiosk. Half a dozen there. The job grade would occur in the first industrial subdivision on the west of the service road, where the trucking firms and warehousing firms and other value added. The model that was used for the concept plan would suggest that once the Prestige and all of the industrial, we're looking at in the range of 2,000. I think that's a model, and the only thing about the model never accurate entirely. In the industry for the For the intermodal facility, we're looking at in the first phase of development, which will be about 38 acres, 15 lots on the side of the service road. We'll probably have a couple hundred jobs.
Your Worship, if I could just add, I want to focus Council's attention that job impact is not just at this industrial development. The rail modal facility will provide the backbone transportation infrastructure as, which I believe will lead to thousands of jobs in the Regina region. And this will be the critical access to the steam lines necessary for our agricultural machinery manufacturing industry, for the agriculture value added and primary processing industries, and all auxiliary industries around here that are moving goods out, but also to recognize the importance of moving goods in to our economy as well. Trade is a two-way flow. Goods come in and goods go out, and I think it's important for us to have competitive access to machinery, technology, and have those goods able to come in by rail efficiently and keep that traffic off our city and our provincial ways.
Thank you. One other thing through you, Mr. Mayor, is that I know in the last submitted you talked about the rail that's running alongside that. Does that go Saskatoon? I connect to the Saskatoon. The reason I ask that is there is a semi-abandoned line that runs north and south through the city to Saskatoon. If
Council is referring to the line from Regina, Davidson to Saskatoon, that line is actually the Regina-Davidson corridor referred to as the Last Mountain Rail.
Right.
And AGT owns that now. So we actually purchased that line the end of 2015 and signed a 20-year running rights agreement with CN Rail to connect Davidson to Saskatoon. And then we purchased the Big Sky Railway, which runs from just outside Saskatoon all the way to the Alsace West End corridor. So the intermodal fleet here will have a link Melville to Saskatoon, and also potentially can link into the Last Mountain Railway and allow for transportation offered for bulk goods as well as now container intermodal.
So Connect just got even better.
We'd Your Worship, approximately $100 million on that, and the intermodal will be in the range of around 30 more. So AGT is committed to $130 million just transportation, critical transportation infrastructure.
Perfect. Good to hear.
Thank you, Councilor Flagel. Other questions of the delegation? One, and you mentioned this just a moment ago about two-way, and these containers will be carrying it to offshore or to the United States. Thoughts on what comes back in those containers? Back to Saskatchewan.
Yeah, Your Worship, I think that what we're seeing, much more, I think, is an opportunity, to truly, allow for distribution activities that new or existing, like the, Loblaws distribution center that's currently located in Regina. These are access to, as I said, the critical national steamship lines that service the major manufacturing nations in Asia that will put goods into Saskatchewan. Our vision now is that we believe that Regina Plains, with the GTH on one side, with a very modern CP rail infrastructure, and this project with a modern CN infrastructure, could give us the foundation to establish Regina Plains as a main inland distribution center. And we'll be pursuing, to the best of our ability, opportunities to look at goods coming from Asia to even, explore to make this an inland clearance location where goods may be able to come in from Asia and not be customs cleared in Vancouver, but actually be customs cleared in Regina. And if we can succeed in those projects, we want to bring in that will be distributed to all the rest of Canada into the Midwest United States, not just what we're consuming here in Regina. It creates jobs from activity outside of the province, and it creates jobs for exports going outside of the province. That's the future of our economy.
Great vision. Thank you very much for that. No other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the and we're now going to look at Edge 1 of the Chuka Creek Business Zoning Bylaw Amendment Report. Councilor.
Thank you. If I could have a second, I'll speak to this.
Councilor Massanelli.
Thanks very much. So I think clearly everyone understands what this is for and what it's about. We talked about the rail and so forth. So if you're all right, I'm just going to make personal comments. One of them is that CN Rail Yard actually lives in my neighborhood. And so it in fact is where I grew up, and it's where a lot of the residents and the rail line that goes all the way up to Davidson goes right through Ward 8. And we talk about it all the time because everybody is really quite interested in going on or not going on. Actually, many times that's quiet. But I want to the yard for a minute. One, there's all sorts of materials that go in and out of the yard. I do not get any complaints. I want you to understand that. I don't hear about yard ever. And the people from CN have been very respectful about after the area. And honestly, knowing that the line was there before and what we do for our community, I'll tell you that this is a real good plan. All in favor here.
Councilor O'Donnell, other speech to the report. Councilor.
Just to see the caught my eye. Through reading the report, page 42, goal point 4.13, referenced a 500-year flood event in the duration of floodplain and floodway fringe base. Just wondering what exactly a 500-year flood event is. What's that planning for? I'm not familiar with it at all. Found it interesting to read. I imagine it. I don't know what it was.
It's based on an event every 500 years.
Okay. So they've taken weather data from the past, correlated it, estimate how much water.
Yes, so it's, maybe I'll ask Mr. Brown to explain how that's all calculated.
Mr.
Your Worship, I don't know if exact calculation of how it's got, but essentially, as Sarah explained, is looking at a significant rainfall event that the likelihood of it occurs probably only once every 5 years. That being said, even with respect to that, you still want to understand land use setbacks and appropriate building requirements or requirements, I guess, within that kind of that area if you're going to have anything. Ideally, though, however, you typically have anything within the 1 in 500. So.
Okay. Thanks. Seeing the phrasing, I thought it was interesting.
You can come to us now. Councilor.
Thank you. No questions. I just mentioned it says this country was built on railways. If you look at the history, I'm really excited to what I'm hearing about what's going to, and so it's very visionary to see what the railway is going to do for us. When you look at movement about taking some of the trucks, some of the heavy traffic off our roads, that makes so much sense. Really proud of the fact that and hearing the stuff that we do, make sure that we grow. We are only 270,000, and I know for 20 years, when all this was happening, we're going to grow. So totally supporting this. I know now, no resistance. I know there's some things that we need to look at, but railway is the thing. And I see, like Mr. Akatib mentioned, taking the trucks off the road. That's huge. That's the first thing we always talk about here. Citizens talking about getting the trucks off the road. If you look at the West Dudney Avenue, talking about getting trucks up. That's visionary. Really supporting this. Looking forward to this part of East Regina. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Here's to the report. Councilor Bryce, do you have any?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Councilor Murray, would you mind, Mr. Chair, please?
Your Worship.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I rise to speak to and say that I'm very excited about this proposal. We've heard both the concept plan. Now we're listening to the phase one of the already in one evening. So I just want to emphasize a couple of things that I heard. Of course, this being a logistics center for primarily vetted and primarily with existing infrastructure with CN, inland distribution center. But for me, what's equally important, and we just touched the surface of it, was containers that will leave with product on the line to the world and to the United States can come back with other products that are needed in Saskatchewan, Canada. It could be a distribution center or international distribution center. So that value added is it's hard to quantify that role, but the potential is massive. And so we're thinking about transforming our economy in southern Saskatchewan. So the bids really here are quite endless in terms of putting our value-added agricultural products, including farm machinery, to around the world in a way that we haven't been able to do in an efficient way, moving primary produce from all over to Regina, processing through the plant, having these containers come back not empty, but other products that other countries, other companies want out into Western Canada, all across Canada, and into the States. This is truly informational. This is a great idea. I fully support it. Thank you. If there are no other speakers on this report, on the question, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. On to our next delegate, Faisal Khan and Munir Haq. You come forward, please. Welcome, gentlemen, to Regina City Council. If you could identify yourself, you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation. Members of council may have questions afterwards.
Your Worship, members of the City Council, City Administrators, good evening. My name is Faisal Khan, and I'm president of the Islamic Association of Saskatchewan. I also have the previous Brothers Association, Mr. Munir, with me here this evening. Respected council members, the people belonging to different faiths, including the Islamic faith, has grown tremendous last 15 years in Regina. This is due to the encouraging policies of the federal, provincial, and city government as people have migrated to provinces and countries. The population of Muslims is now estimated at 13,000 individuals, roughly 5% of the city population. We have settled the neighborhoods of the city, and the facilities that meet our religious needs are characteristically different from the religious facilities of the major population. We cannot have one facility in each neighborhood, such as churches that are in all neighborhoods. Due to low number of worshippers in one neighborhood, we have to develop one facilities that meet the needs of the population belonging to the faith in the city. This means people have to travel car or public transport to the facility. Consequently, this requires that we have facilities that allow to have ample parking and interface for clients from all over the city. The Islamic Association actually acquired a piece of land on Highway 33 just outside the city limits of Regina, within the RM of Sherwood in 2000 for building a new mosque. The site was in the collaborative planning area and the joint planning area of the RM and the city. Therefore, for community needs as defined the agreement that the city has with the RM. The petition applied for a development permit in 2012. However, the application was denied by the RM on a vague that the place of worship does not with the vision of the council of the RM for that area. Our second application was denied again earlier by the RM, citing potential increased traffic, despite tremendous change in the nature of the area and the fact that the Regina bus is constructed a stone's throw away distance from the site. That will cater to more than 220 vehicles per day once it is fully operational. We have therefore decided to come back to the city where we belong. Respected council members, large sites are only difficult to find in Regina. In initial areas, for example, sites that are earmarked for religious use are occupied. If we have a site that is large enough and centrally located, firstly, it is extremely expensive secondly, to submit a discretionary use rezoning application to the city. This draws resistance from neighbors for potential increase in traffic. In case of institutional and commercial zone sites, these sites are prohibitively expensive when we look at a site for a site suits us. Industrial zones in city almost always have sites that are appropriately priced of appropriate sites. In the city of Regina, as we speak, there are dozens of sites in the areas that are either available for sale. In the industrial tuxedo zone alone, more than 20 sites of various sizes that are available. The timing of activity in industrial areas and religious do not coincide, as religious activities such as ours get most of the activity in the evening or in case of other faiths on the weekend. The city of Regina also permits clubs and community centers in industrial zones which have similar traffic volumes and patterns. Allowing religious institutions in industrial tuxedo will therefore provide a much-needed respite that we need. In Regina, the industrial tuxedo zone is attractively situated to meet needs of our clientele with ease of from downtown, industrial, and eastern Regina. This is our target area for development of the second mosque in Regina. Moreover, the industrial tuxedo zone has warehouse-type facilities built, which are ideal by faith-based organizations. There are many examples of cities and religious facilities in industrial zones. For example, many cities allow places of worship in light and medium city areas, such as Toronto and Vancouver. The city of Winnipeg allows places of worship in all areas. The Association of Saskatchewan, we already have a facility on Montague Street. It's a small facility. We will continue operating that facility in the long-term future, thereby creating two trade areas, resulting in well-managed distributed traffic to both facilities. Lastly, we must commend the administration for their analysis and report a high professional effort. The city's administration also support the development of facilities in industries, with more than 83% public supporting the proposal. Also thank the members of the Regina Planning Commission for unanimously approving the recommendations. We therefore request the Honourable Council to permit the development of religious facilities in the industrial zone for not only our faith, but also for all faiths in the city of Regina. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I apologize for this. We do have a limit of 5 minutes presentation.
Your worship.
We do have a question. Councilor Murray.
Gentlemen, thanks for coming forward. I appreciate the call I had with you as well as informative. I was wondering how many members currently utilize your location that you have in the location right now?
It depends on the day. On the weekend, there is traffic with about 200 visiting the facility. The Friday is in prayer, and it is in two cases. It's usually 150 people per shift for the two prayers that we on Friday. So our estimate is 250 to 300 people per shift. On the weekdays and the daytime, it is much less. During the evening, it builds up so that it is distributed along days and the timing of the day.
And do you feel as though it's currently capacity right now? Be accurate on a lot of days?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Perfect. So I think that's my only question. Great area. It's underutilized. There's a little bit of residential in there, but like I say, it's central to the city. It's very close to rail yard renewal project. So I think it's a great position for you guys. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Murray. Councilor Stevens.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, gentlemen. I find it very fortunate that the RM Board was not willing to accommodate. It's not the first time parking and traffic used to keep Islamic places and prayer centers out of these. Very diplomatic of you to cast it that way. Welcome back to Regina.
Thank you.
What I ask here is, at first I'm puzzled as to why industrial space, and you walk through, this sounds more ideal. Is that correct than what you had in terms of the plans in the RM in Sherwood? If you were to get space in the industrial zone?
The way where the site is located, it is very, very ideal in terms of ease of access to Victoria Avenue from the downtown. From East Regina, it is a very ideal location.
Are you satisfied with the public transit connectivity? Because you had mentioned that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's easily accessible transit.
Wonderful. Final question. What are you doing with the property in RM at this point?
The board members are here, and we intend to keep it. until the city acquired area and we finally are able to do something over the long-term future.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Wise investment. Councillor Bryce, do you have a question?
No, I don't have for this delegation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Fundera.
Thank you, to your worship. Thank you, too, gentlemen. Good to see you. What does this mean? What does it mean to your community? What's the future? And I know you're looking for growth. What does that mean to you, your delegation, to the people?
So this is a matter of identity. I think it's a matter of our community's identity that we want to show to the other faiths, other people in the city of Regina. We should be able to build a facility that represents us and also represents where we live. It should be able to show the true identity of the Muslim people. It's a very, very important moment for us in the history of the community in Regina. We are very excited about it. We feel that this is a great step that would help a very positive image of the Muslim community in China.
And to your worship, another question. As everyone speaks about being such a diverse society, multiculturalism, you moved to this new location, and I mean, you came in front of us to seek another level. You already had one. What does that mean to you as being a vibrant community? What does that mean to your people?
Mr. Mayor, I think it says a lot about the City of Regina administration and that we can come back to the City of Regina and be welcome. I've been at council enough times to understand that it's that as a Muslim community getting favoritism, that's the method of operation in that we are a welcoming community. We're open to business, to people of different faiths, and I think it's an opportunity for us to come back into the city. Sites had their different aspects to them, like they had their different. This one, just the fact that if we're looking at Tuxedo Industrial, the benefits for us are the same benefits that it would have for any religious group who's looking to open up have another facility. As Faisal mentioned, the connectivity, centrality of it, we probably look for anything better. One block off of Victoria, so there'll be high visibility. Just kind of go back a little bit. I was Regina, and I like to say that I'm the oldest. Right, I'm the second oldest Muslim born in Regina. That'd be my sister. She gets upset every time she gets with me. She looks younger than me, so that's fine. And it's been a time coming. And for the most part, we've moved facilities across Canada. Part of our history is moving into facilities, repurposing them. And since we're doing the same thing, but it is in an area where we have a little bit more of a blank slate. Go in and we can and the facility itself lends itself well to repurposing. And for you who've ever visited our mosque, know that we have a different way of worshiping or any of our we require large open spaces, and the view that we're looking at now that will accommodate it.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for your keeping our community culturally diverse. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Welcome this evening and welcome back to Regina. And this is a fairly large building, so my question is, will any parts of the building be open to the public activities?
There is a initial part of the building which is currently used as a large office, and we intend to use that separately from the mosque to organize any community events where the public could be invited and may be invited as well.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Kaligal.
Thanks. I guess, welcome, gentlemen. It's good to see you again. On the building front, are you going to retrofit this to be your place, or would you still look within the area to build things from scratch, like you were proposing to do in the RM to Sherwood, and have it all completely exactly everything you want, or do you see this sort of a nice stop for good?
Yeah.
Move on from there.
So our current plan is to fit it right away.
Right.
So that open for worship and open for other community events that we may have. We're funded by the local community, and a lot depends on the. However, the plan is to knock down the building and build something that represents our identity. It should be faced the way we worship, facing the Kaaba, which is in Kaaba. So a building that is designed according to that is an important part of our faith. So eventually, the new building, whenever it is built, will be designed to accommodate this requirement.
Thank you. If I could, through you, the new mosque that was built, Eastgate, is that your idea as well?
It's not. It is a different sect altogether, and it is that is part of our community. Their numbers are much smaller than ours. I won't go into their numbers, but our community is sizably larger than them.
So that facility be how size of what you're going to move into? The new mosque?
I don't have square footage of that building.
Okay.
If I recall, when I went through council, I think the sea of that building was about 80, I think, or at least of the prayer hall.
In our case, it's easily 100 plus for even current facility there.
Perfect.
Yeah, so it's much larger than that. Eventually, when we do something new, it will be able to accommodate more people.
Mm-hmm. Okay. The other thing is, to Councillor King's question, I've got a bunch of picklers that would definitely love to talk. You're open for business for them, because daytime users are going to be.
Really?
Oh, absolutely.
Really?
Thanks.
I guess I'll do for that one. Any other questions of the delegate? Gentlemen, thank you very much for answering questions. You return to the gallery. I'll look at report 17-86, which is a zoning and medication for religious institution in zones. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. I could have a second. I'll speak to
second, please. Councillor.
So clearly what you're being asked is for a change. Any religious institution can be repurposed in an industrial zone. So that was exactly the last words in terms of the presentation that was before us. So it's not about a religion, it's about to build. I think if you look around, we've seen development before, large-scale development. Do you recall ever seeing a church as part of that new development? I think you do, because it hasn't been that way. There's been very few religious institutions built in the last couple of decades. Further to that, when one has ceased operations, there has been for people to get on. So I think this is very important to allow the development of religious communities in the city. I think because it was talked about as a Tuxedo Park, just about the eye location in our city, proximity to the middle. So seek your support on this one, please, and I'll reserve the right to speak at the end.
Thank you for that. Others? Councilors.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Khan, members of your community that are here tonight, and for those that are listening, all people in our country, in our province, in our city, deserve to have a place to worship their God in the way they choose their conscience. And I'm very pleased that you've come here and honored that you'd ask help us, help you make that possible. Your community has been wonderful neighbors to us. They contribute to building our community, contribute to our economy. And it's a real privilege to have you with us. Thank you for coming. Welcome to our city. And I doubt that there will be any vote I cast as a councillor that I'm more proud of than the one I'll cast supporting your Ignite. I appreciate your coming.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Other speakers? Councilor Murray, you want to take these?
Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I rise to support the application for us tonight, and I want to speak to the obvious need of abilities for the community, and they have been, and I've attended several events. These events been invited to speak and participate in and be involved with, and at the Canada Centre and Average Place, they have groupings of 7,000 to 8,000, I would appear, and clearly it is not a mosque. It is an empty building that is not really meant for that. I've attended their mosque as well, and it is bursting at, to put it mildly. A growing community with a vibrant, who are engaged in our city. This is for me a symbol of our tolerance and understanding, and that this group has gone through with respect to finding a location within the Armitage in the city. A lot of patience and understanding. I want to thank the administration for assisting in a very clear find a location that is to them, and obviously they're very that, and I'm very pleased with this as well. Forward to a vibrant building with the community being involved as well. It is obvious, but there are the division. I understand other buildings and other activities that be part of a focal point for our community as well. So very pleased to see this happen about time, and I know members will support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship.
With no others, Councilor O'Donnell, close debate.
Thank you very much. I want to identify a story. The story takes place in the northwest part of the city, and it happened beginning about 5 or 6 years ago. A religious group of people that happened to be Islamic approached me and said that we're growing community and we are our prayer services in an apartment, and that's not meeting our needs anymore. Could you help find a space? So we went off on a little bit of a journey, engaged some people in the state sector that were commercial. We tried. So for give or take 4 or 5 or 6, tried to find a place, and there was just nothing out there, and they got a little frustrated. They were not of the ability to build. And I highlight this because of the end result. The end result was that right near the building that they were using was a church, happened to be a Presbyterian church, and they caught wind of the threats. The two groups met, and my friends now meet in the basement of a Presbyterian church and hold their prayer meetings there, and it is tied to them over for the next. I ask you also to think back to what our motto, what our values are for us, attractive, sustainable, and you can fill in. That's what this is about. Look forward to a new institution meeting.
Thank you for that. I'm going to ask that you close the debate, Councilor O'Donnell. All those in favor? Councilor Bryce.
I'm in favor.
Unanimous. Thank you very much. Now I'll move on to our next Regina Planning Commission report, which is an amendment applicant for zoning, Pot Road. Councilor O'Donnell.
Thank you. If I could have a second speak to this, please.
Second. Okay.
Thanks.
Councilor Ventura.
Thank you. So really talking about is Pacer Park. And so I have a couple of questions first. So Pacer Park kind of already exists a little bit. So how come we're now for when it's under development? If I could ask that question.
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, Pacers Park existed area, and we rebuilt it in this new area. And at this point, to get the lots validated and started the building. So this is the final part of this whole process.
Thanks for that. My second is, I live on the west side of town, and I don't know how to get from here. So how does, because we talked when Aurora was being developed, that's the access way to getting in there. So if one was to go today to Pacers Park, can I ask directions, please?
Mr. John Wright.
Through your worship, if you were going to go to Pacers Park today, you would go on our east, You're north on Chuka Boulevard, which you to Primrose Drive. You will head east on Primrose Drive to what used Tower Road and now is called Anaquag Road, and that would take you, you would take that to Pacers Park. There's an alternate way you can go, and that would be through Woodland Grove, which takes you to Green Pine, Norton Bank, and then to Primrose Green, which takes you also to Anaquag Road and then north.
So if I get, Mr. If I could follow that up, when I wrote down, there's access there, but can I ask also the bypasses their access?
There will be, in the Victoria East plan, there's connection from Victoria Avenue through Victoria Commercial there, which ties into Anaquag Road also. It would come south to Pacers Park.
Okay, thanks for that. I could just ask one more question. I wonder if I could just get a general update as to Pacers Park. We haven't heard much about it for a little while, if you don't mind.
Mr. Ron Wright.
Your Worship, the project is moving forward, nearing completion on the actual park. There will be some buildings erected. Those plans will be coming forward to the city for approval through our plan department. And the park is due to open in the spring of 2018. We continue to work with the organization in the development of the park. And for those that have not seen it, it is well worth it out there to have a look at the new park.
I appreciate the update. I'll ask you for from Urban Holding to public service, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Other speakers to the report. Please state. The question, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. To report 8, which is a contract zone application, low-rise apartment building on 1716 Ottawa. Councilor O'Donnell.
Thanks. Hope no one's getting tired of listening to me. Can I have a second?
No, you know that happens, Councilor O'Donnell. It's fine. Seconder.
Okay. Councilor said he is, so I'll be brief. So I wish I was not introducing this to you. We often talk parking, and parking, you'll note, really an adjustment insignificantly. I wish the people that were the proponents, because this is another home for homeless people. This is a solution to an area. Cars are not the concern. Parking is not a concern here. It is service to the folks in an area. If you go back, and I can't remember now because the building has kind of gone up, maybe it's a year and a half ago, there's another building in the same area, and they also are relaxation on parking, and we had the wisdom of that. So if you look at this simply, please, this is a home for people who need not only a home, but service. The last thing is on their mind is a car. Ask for your support on this, please.
Thank you, Councilor O'Donnell. Speakers to the report. In favor? Opposed? Carried. I have a communications here for the number 1 Fire Hall and Municipal Property. Communications. The administration perhaps give some background to why this is here. So I would add Ms. Howlack. Mr. Weary? Mr. Weary?
Yes, Bishop. Is here to correct a drafting error in the original bylaw that was presented to council back in May. I do apologize for the oversight. The description that was contained in the bylaw contained the entire parcel, and this bylaw, which moving forward in a couple of agenda items, will correct it to describe a portion of the part of the city-owned land that the fire hall is. So that's all it's here. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I have a motion to receive this. Danny, a seconder. Councilor Hawkins, discussion on the. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. We'll move into the bylaws. Councilor Murray.
Bylaws number 2017-4-35, -30, -39, and -40 be introduced and read first time.
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council has completed its reviews of these reports and will now consider the following bills which require public hearing. 217-34 to allow for the development of a railway intermodal facility. 216-35 to enable the reuse of an existing building on the property located at 716 Ottawa Street for a low-rise apartment building. 20-37 to accommodate development along Quad Road. 217-39 to address challenges faced by faith-based organizations when seeking to secure adequate space. And 2017-40 to correct error in the legal description for the property referenced in the original law. If there is anyone in the gallery who would like to counsel on any of these proposed bylaws, I would ask you to indicate your interest at this time. There appears to be no one, Your Worship.
Mr. Clerk, I'll call the question on first reading. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Murray?
Thank you, Your Worship. I move, seconded by Councillor Young, bylaws 2017-34, 35, 37, 39, and 40 for the second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? That's carried.
Thank you, Worship. I moved by Councillor Flegel that Council hereby consents to bylaws number 2017-34, 35, 37, 39, and 40, going to a third at this meeting.
All those opposed? That's carried unanimously.
Moved, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli that bylaws number 34, 35, 37, 39, and 40 the third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, Councillor Murray. Move into the next section of agenda, and it's delegation laws and related reports. We have another delegation, Mr. Dale.
First, I'm a professor in the university.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins.
Same deal, for a conference as part of Congress 2017.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stevens. Thank you. We'll wait just for a moment before I can clear the room. So if you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have minutes for presentation.
Thank you very much, Your Worship and Council. My name is Dale Eisner. I'm the Government Relations Advisor to University President Vyman, who unfortunately couldn't tonight, so I'm representing her. And I want to apologize to members of the Community Protective Services Committee who, this might sound familiar for me because I addressed it a couple of weeks ago. I want to preface my brief by acknowledging that this report the University has received from this over the years and what I believe positive ongoing relations that we've established. I think it's fair to say that both the city and the university appreciate how our are entwined. What's good for the city is good for the university, and enhances the university, enhances the city. A perfect illustration is the College Avenue campus project. To my mind, the support from the city through a land donation to help facilitate the redevelopment of our campus is a model of operation for the public good. The result will be a revised and renewed historic campus in the heart of our city, make all Reginans proud, and for our community for another 100 years. Another recent example of us working towards the University U-Pass. The single price salon transit pass for university students has been a huge success for students in the city system. The number of individual rides since the introduction of the U-Pass has grown by 75%, from 334th in the 2015 school year to about 586,000 in 2016-17. It's in that context of working together. I want to take a moment to talk about a major event the University of Regina is bringing to the city in 2018, and ask for the city's assistance in implementing aspect of it. The purpose of the humanities and social sciences is both unique and unrivaled in scope. It brings together more than 70 scholarly associations, with each holding its annual conference under the Congress umbrella. A flagship event in its 7th year, Congress represents the largest group of scholars in Canada. The academics, researchers, policymakers, and practitioners will share their findings, refine ideas, and build partnerships, part of building a better Canada. For 7 days, from May 26th to June 1st, we anticipate between 6,000 to 8,000 attendees from every part of Canada. In the number of people, it will mark the single largest difference in the city's history. The success of the university's bid for the 2018 Congress was in itself a great achievement. We were competing against the University of British Columbia, but when members of the bid committee visited Regina and saw what the university in Regina had to offer, tremendously impressed breadth of support. We've endorsement letters from the Premier as well as two from Regina and Saskatchewan. In fact, a key determining factor was the express support we received from Mayor Fougere, who met with the bid committee when it visited our. There's a good reason why the breadth of support we did. From the opportunity to showcase our city and use it to a national audience, Congress is anticipated to generate $8 million in economic activity. Key successful Congress is transportation. We have a system in place to ensure that attendees are able to access regular city service, whether from the airport hotels or from their hotels, University of Regina campus and back. We're here today to ask for the city for providing the transit service required. Clearly, and universities' interests are aligned on this issue. As Mayor said in his letter of support, quote, "The reputation of our hospitality industry for providing an exceptional service is one reason Regina is the choice for some events," close quotes. We need to make sure that those attend Congress next year echo that statement. I realize my request for your help with the financial implications of a difficult budget period. Our university is trying to deal with a cut of 7% in our operating budget from last spring's budget, and I know that the city has faced its own preventing cuts and the tough decisions that resulted. But I'm saying that Congress offers a rare opportunity that can have lasting and ongoing benefits for both our city and the university. It's another example of how together we share objectives, and by working together, the city and university will continue to grow and prosper. It's in spirit of partnership on behalf of President Timmons that for your assistance in Congress to become an event that makes us proud to call Regina home. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Eyes. We're right on time. Thank you very much for that. Members of the delegation. Mr. O'Donnell.
Thanks. Good evening. You know, this is related, so I'm just going to deviate. While I understand that hotels in Regina, I don't believe that there's 8,000 hotel rooms in Regina. So can I just ask for a general notion of the accommodation you have planned? So assuming campus, assuming hotels.
That's right.
But I know that the bus run past the Hotel O'Donnell. I stand corrected. So.
Run past the what?
O'Donnell.
No. Well, the thing is that we don't have all 6 to 8 attendees at once.
Okay.
Right? It's for the course of 7 days, and they meet in separate under the umbrella of the right. So these are separate groups, and it's kind of staggered through the course of the week. It's not a case of us to accommodate the full number all at once. I think that will be the case. Right? And as you mentioned, many of them will stay right on at the university campus where we have our buildings. But many others, of course, will be in hotels in the city. Okay. I would add that we won't know specific firm numbers until early in the new year when people register for Congress and have an idea, too, of where they're going to be located. So we can plan out in terms of what are the transportation services that are needed from what specific hotels. But I anticipate the majority to be in that area.
Thanks. So I just know from other large events that have come to Regina, you have to reach out to the community. My question is really about reach out to the community. Do you see needing accommodation, say, in people's homes? Do you see an opportunity for the community to engage in conferences? Just generally, if you don't mind.
Well, I don't believe so, and I have a colleague, Pergal here, who's kind of project manager. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we're creating a situation where individual private community get involved in taking people. Okay. We fully anticipate that this is going to be managed through the Regina residents and the hotels we do have in the city.
Okay. And again, if I'm just commenting, is there engagement in this? You know, can I show at a conference and listen in on, you know, some sociological problem or something?
Yes, I believe that there will be the potential for public to take some of the events. I'm not sure if they can all of the conference and the discussion. There will be that.
Okay. I'm interested in the presentation. So, thanks.
You can do some self-promotion if you'd like.
Pardon me?
You can do some self-promotion if you
Yeah, no,
have a platform for it.
I won't do that.
Any other questions of the delegate? Thank you, Mr. Ives. You can return to the gallery now. We'll look at and we'll turn it over to Councillor Flake.
This will bring forward let me just here.
Congress of the Humanities.
CR 1718 of 2018 Congress of Humanities, and this was brought forward to CPS, and they're looking for in-kind service in the amount of $39,700, and we recommended in the additional service and a grant of $30,000 be funded general fund reserve to be provided to us.
Could you say a second for that, Councilor Massanelli?
We had discussion about this, and it's a huge undertaking by the university to put this on. There was another gentleman with Riser that came forward and spoke about it a little bit, and we asked a few questions, and the Congress basically is going to be a whirlwind of studies roughly, and there'll be a ton of through here, and it was all good for the city, good for academics, good for development of the university and the whole area and the whole. So we recommended concurrence. There was three. These two gentlemen had to step away because of interest, so the three voted to bring this forward to council. We recommended.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Speakers to the report. This was a very accomplished staff. It's one of the largest we'll ever see in the city. I'm going to call the report. If there's no speakers, all those are opposed. Carried. Okay, we'll go to our next delegation. Ms. Maybo. Yep. Ask you just to wait a moment while two members of council come in, so have the full house here. If you could identify yourself for the record, you'll have 5 minutes for your presentation as well, and council may have questions after.
Your Worship and members of City Council, my name is May Boa, and I'm the lay incumbent and administrator of St. Matthew Anglican Church. I'm here representing the friends and community of St. Matthews. I need to apologize to the members of the Finance and Administration Committee for the repetitiveness of my presentation this evening also. Thank you for considering our application for a grant of $30,000 for our 2165 Winnipeg to conserve the structural integrity of the building. This is considered a local community landmark designated by City Council as a municipal heritage property on June 2005. Significant names associated with our very early beginnings, the Broder family, their offspring, and the Portnoy architect. Construction of the building began in 1915, was completed in 1926, and has a heritage and cultural and spiritual value within our community. Many buildings of this age do not want to see our church closed. Instead, the members of St. Matthew worked with our engineers and other professionals to develop both an 8-year building restoration plan and a conservation plan to support our church. Since 2015, in addition to $25,000 matching stabilization grant from the Saskatchewan Heritage Foundation, financial support received for St. Matthew from the South Saskatchewan Community Foundation, specifically the Lloyd Una Barber Family Foundation, as well as from our members and many friends across Canada, from British Columbia to Nova Scotia. Financial principle at St. Matthew, pay as we go and not to invest for our future members of the parish. The restoration work proposed in 2017, which we're asking for support from the city, is stabilize the interior brick arches that support some of the stained glass windows that form part of the load-bearing walls. The mortar has become loose and this full restoration work is required in order to ensure the ongoing safety and stability of the building. From a community perspective, we have focused on opening our door as a welcoming place and on outreach partner opportunities. St. Matthew is now home to 3 groups of adult worship and children programs. The Via Apostolical Church meet Sunday afternoons in our building. The Mountain of Fire and Miracle Streets meet on Fridays. Our worship at St. Matthew, our parish, parishioners Sunday mornings. There are a number of initiatives we're pursuing in terms of our continued growth, and I'm just going to add a couple of them this evening. We have an exciting new partnership, El Ritchie Community Association, which is down the road from our church. They came to us in need of program space, and we're working together to add 3 new joint programs starting over the next month, and actually started this past week. This will be the second year of our weekly open house community Christmas programs, which includes Christmas carol and Christmas reading children and their families. We have a very talented new music director, and we see opportunity to grow this program with some of our other community partners. A new website in the planning stages and more effective use of other social media tools, our Facebook site. I will leave
1 minute to go into time.
I will with you letters of support from 14 cultural and community organizations. I believe you have. I just want to share with you a quote from one of yours. St. Matthew's play a key and vital role for Ritchie neighborhood and some community. Many local groups and nonprofits have and continue to use the facility. The schools, the community groups, cultural groups, the arts have all used the kitchen, hall, sanctuary, and meeting rooms for various reasons. In closing, I want to again how much we value our place of worship and friendships and the heritage and historical significance of St. Matthew's. This is a legacy we want to leave in the community for the next generation of families. On behalf of the church leadership, let me say it's critical for us to have support with respect to grant in order for us to continue the journey to save this beautiful heritage church. Thank you for your time, and I'll be pleased to answer any question you have.
Thank you much for your presentation. Other questions? Any questions?
Thank you, Your Worth. Thank you, Ms. Boa, for coming forward. I just have one question. With this work, once it's completed, the church structure be secure and in good shape for some time into the future?
It will help in terms of the security of the building and the stabilization. There's a longer-term plan that will take years for the complete restoration of that, of the foundation. However, this is important work in terms of archways that actually support a good lot of the bearing roof we have.
And just very briefly, could you what the long-term plans to make sure that it's secure into the future?
Yes, we're working with architects and our stone heritage stonemason, and have a plan that calls for more forensic and geophysical information that needs to be collected. Working with Clifton Associates and Kenyan engineering firm, and we'll be coming to the city in the updates with respect to our restoration plan. We've developed our conservation plan in conjunction with our city administration people.
Very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Other questions of the delegation? There are none. Thank you very much. Turn to the gallery, and we'll now to the report. Finance Administration Committee on the Heritage Building Rehabilitation Program for St. Matthew Anglican Church. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Finance Administration Committee, a cash grant for the known as St. Matthew Anglican Church located at 21.5 Winnipeg Street be approved in the amount equal and the lesser of 50% of eligible work, or $30,000. We've heard it's $30,000 that the provision of the cash grant be granting agreement for the following conditions that you see there. Standard conditions of finding that the city solicitor be instructed to prepare the necessary authorizing for the cash grant details report.
Have a second for that, please. Councilor Mastinelli.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a happy request for a number of reasons, but I just mentioned most generally, I'm pleased to see that the Heritage Property Act, which Council has worked carefully with the administration, this is exactly the kind of building that this act was intended to support. This gave us an excellent description of the kind of work that's to be done. I'd like just to take a moment to read a sentence out of the report that the administration has provided. St. Matthew's Anglican Church, designed by the architectural firm of Mesh and Portnell, constructed between 15 and 1926. The building is an unadorned version of the Gothic Revival. The red brick with stone accents complement the impressive stained glass windows. The church is a local landmark and significant contributor to the historical continuity and character of the heritage neighborhood. We've heard from the delegation that this church is embedded in the neighborhood, contributes to neighborhood activity. We've heard that it's a vibrant place of worship, not only for Anglicans, but for other faith. And for those of you that even driven by church, you'll see how recognizable it is as a historic landmark. For those reasons, through you, Your Worship, the Council support the application and the.
Thank you very much, Councilors. We do have speakers here. Councilor Murray.
Thank you, Worship. I'd also like to speak in support of this grant. Mr. Boa did a great job highlighting the continuing impact that St. Matthew had in the Alrichi community, as well as everything I've ever heard. Alrichi Community Association is always positive in how they're working together. On top of that, we can look at this every day and see the heritage of our city. So I support it. Thanks.
Thank you, Murray. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. I just noted how many organizations are in support, means how many people have access to them, and I think that's wonderful. I've been in the church a number of times. I have a little history with them. There used to be the Reverend Dixon, who, if you were on commission, was a chaplain with the RCM, with police. Also a member of the University Sports Hall of Fame in basketball. So wonderful man. So if you see him, please say hello. Community, happy to support.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Brashani.
Thank you, Your Worship. Will be supporting this, and I too have driven by that many times, and just happened to stop and take a look. Even at the end, it is a beautiful building, but even than that, I know that the church is the hub of the community. The schools are, and so as you can see by the organizations that are using the facility, and you build community, and that's what it's about. For sure, I will be supporting this.
Thank you, Councilman. Other speakers? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next delegation, Danita Kennedy. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Welcome to City Council. You have 5 minutes for your presentation. If you identify yourself, who you represent, and then we'll questions afterwards.
Your Worship. My name is Kennedy, and I'm the Director of Homeland Partnering Strategy, Non-Indigenous Coalition for the YMCA of Regina. I'd like to speak to report CM7-12, which would see the transfer of $6,000 from the city to the YMCA for the development of a plan homelessness in Regina. Funding would match the $60,000 already put forward by the federal men's homelessness strategy to the creation of this plan. We are very grateful for the proposed commission and see the development of this plan as a crucial step to functional zero homelessness in our city. I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Questions of the delegate? Councillor Stevens.
To you, Your Worship. Daniela, thank you very much for coming up with a question. Could you speak a little bit about the side of this motion, which is the working group being hosted by the YA? and what role they play in the action plan, but also in administering the in-kind $60,000.
We established a group on the plan to end homelessness, which was for the community members and key stakeholders to help shape the consultation lead to the plan to end homelessness in Regina. The group will advise Regina Unity Advisory Board, which is the with the YMC, on the scope, expectations, and deliverables for the for proposal to develop land to end homelessness in Regina.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Other questions? I have one. Just give us an update what the working group is today. What's just that work that's been in the working group?
The working group had a final meeting on the 21st, and now we're going to be doing a call for proposal to hire a consultant to, I'm going to get this right. The consultant will be going and doing interviews, consultations with community members and key stakeholders in Regina.
Well, the motion before us tonight of $1,000 to match under contribution is really important now because the RFP is going to the public very soon. Is that correct?
Yes.
Good. Thank you very much. Other questions on delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. And sorry, excuse me. Late, Councillor Massanelli. Sorry, didn't see it.
I noticed, for your worship, I'm in a consultant on this project. You know when the consultant would report back? What's his timeline and results?
We have for the call for proposals. The tentative is November the 3rd. We have when. We left a window between January and June 2018 for the final report.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Massanelli. Other questions? Thank you for much. You can now return to the gallery. Marie, could you take the chair, please? To turn this off. Turn off. Yeah.
Your worship. Having some issues with the mics, they're not turning on. If I could just get a second here. Councillor Massanelli. Yeah. Technical difficulties.
We will be sitting on future committee will oversee in session. This committee will be doing what this group will be doing that's been selected. So there is accountability to all partners. And I have to say that the YMCA and partners at the table are extremely open to discussion. Councilor Stevens can verify that, and contributions that we have talked to the qualifications, which are the terms of the RFP, and very open to tighten them up, make them better, make them more accountable, more transparent, more open. So we're off and running it in a very positive way, and the hope is that we will have a report on how we can get to functional zero in homeless, as other communities have done in Canada, and for that we can be all very, very proud. Thank you very much. Any other discussion on the report before us? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Move on to hold on. We have one more delegate. We have Mr. Lane on the Canada Commission. We could do that, then we have a break. Okay, so Mr. Lane, if you come forward. And this is with respect to the Canada Commission Transit Service. For the record, identify yourself, who you're at, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation. And maybe questions afterward.
Thank you very much, and I'll be brief so we can get to the break. My name is Chris Lane, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer at Western Agribition. Thank you, Bishop, thank you, Council, and thank you, City Edition, for your time tonight. We're here at Canadian Western Agribition to request an in-kind transit service at the value of $24 that will allow us to continue and the expansion of Agribition Express, which is the transit service that we use during the week in November to ferry an increasing number of people from the 3 malls onto the grounds and safely back to there as well. So I would just like to say, tonight we've seen some heartening examples of what it means to be a good neighbor here, and I think in that spirit, Agribition finds itself. And I'd like to give a little background about what we do and the kind of impact we have on the community. So Agribition is at its core the biggest and best cattle show in Canada. We are the home to the largest and the richest rodeo in Susan. We provide payment to the city in music, Indigenous culture and dancer, and a multitude of opportunities. Last year alone, we in 8,000 school groups toured them through 8,000 school kids and toured them through the entire show with specifically designed education exhibits for them. That's a 25% increase in 1 year alone in school kids. Agribition is also the largest indoor trade show with 400 exhibitors, and we are an international and growing international hub of excellence with 1,200 from 75 countries. And last year, those international players did more business in 1 year than the entire 4 years previous combined. Last year, we hosted 105,000 people through the door to Agribition. We rely on 400 dedicated volunteers within the city to pull off our show every year. And in 2015, we did an economic impact study that showed Agribition contributes $50 million to the province as a whole, and the majority of that, 28, in the Regina regional. Say, in the spirit of being a good neighbor, you have seen and you will see Agribition's footprint community continue to grow. We're an active participant in city events in every city this year, including I Love Regina Day, Folk Festival, Queen City Marathon, Canada Day celebrations. Just last week, Agribition staff spent the day at a Habitat for Humanity build, and closer to Christmas, you'll see us delivering food hampers with food banks as well. All that, one of the biggest and most important services that we provide to our guests is the Agribition. When this program was started in 2014, it was with the help of the city we're able to ferry 13,000 people from the show. In just a few years, we've raised that number to 20,000 people. We've expanded the service, and we're going to expand it again. Also, in response to feedback from the city, we will be changing the fare collection system on the transit, bring it in line with the service at other major events in the city. So no longer fares be collected on but the bus service will be, and admission, a deeply discounted admission, will be offered at the exhibition. It's also important to note that this year, Exhibition Express will reinforce and coordinated message on impaired driving. Our partners and with SGI, it's a message that we are too happy to promote, and we feel that the exhibition is an excellent vehicle to reinforce the message about saving good decisions at the city's major events, and we are happy to do that service to every night of the show, with the hopes that one more thing to remove a barrier for people to make good decisions around impaired driving. So it is in all that spirit that we're looking for an in-kind contribution of $25 to our quoted exhibition expense service this year. The total, that estimate, is shy of $70,000. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation and the questions. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. Your summary very much. That was well done. Thanks. So if I'm from small town Saskatchewan or Alberta or Manitoba, how do I find out about the bus service? How does that get translated?
Well, Your Worship, the service, the Exhibition Express, is a key part of our marketing campaign. We have ads in many different nations that go Western Canada. It's also part of our key online and social activation. So we find that about 68% people who use that service outside of Regina City. So clearly the message is getting out there. I think especially if you're not from the cities, probably the easiest option to come back and forth to the ground. It's easier to find one of our than it is to find a parking spot at Everise Place most days, especially show.
I think second question, a little bit about trade space. Seen how large it is, that's great. But there's a new building there, so what does that mean for trades and the credit union complex in this space? Could you just give a rough idea?
Yeah, absolutely, Your Worship. The International Trade is the building that you're referring to, and that is 150,000 added seat of trade show space. Our plan is to use most of the floor space in that building for livestock and livestock facilities. Probably the best part and how it relates to the Exhibition Express is that it transforms the entire to really give Exhibition a front door. Before it was a collection of buildings, and parts of the show happened at very, very, very different parts of the property. Well, now with this building, it's all connected, and we have a pretty fantastic place to people off, where they walk in and they get a fantastic view of what it has to offer and what it has to offer. So it'll be the stop number one for pickup and drop off in the exhibition.
Good. Well said. Thanks.
Thank you, Donald. Other questions? I have one. It's to you mentioned, Mr. Lane, a lot about some of the outreach doing to the community and which is outside of Agribition itself. One program which is pretty unique. I never thought that Agribition would be involved with it. So you can explain how you decided to provide this entertainment. Full jousting.
Well, cool. Yeah, unique is a good way to. We have let's say a robust and diverse conversation entertainment options for people. Jousting really started as a way to involve families who may not have a definite interest in livestock or farming, but we like to have fun to live, and that's the city of Regina, and there's a lot of families who we can use accessible and fun entertainment around Agribition. So jousting is back. It's popular. It's actually outselling the rodeo.
I think it's a great idea. I just thought of jousting and Agribition together, but it's a good idea. Other questions? We do have, say, Councilor Massanelli.
As always, just a point of curiosity. Receive provincial funding for the agribution as well? Do they get any donations in kind like asking for right now?
For Agribution Express specifically?
Agribution Express, are they a big supporter of action? You know, you take in money from a lot of different facets. Or notice it's a big boon for Saskatchewan. I'm just making sure we're not the only ones coming up.
No, through your worship, I would say, you know, the contributions that Agribution receives from government are less than 1% of our budget. So we are, you know, by no means rely on funding to stay afloat. But the province has a long time, and they can be a very good supporter of what we do from a policy side. They our efforts on national trade and international attraction, as it meets their goals as well. And also from the agriculture side of things, support us financially. And they are recognized through various ways, the education program and through the international business as well.
Also, you mentioned reduced costs, but attendance up. How come you're electing to reduce costs at the gates but having strong attendance numbers still? Is it just to get more people through closure and enjoyment, or what's the push behind that?
Between reducing the cost at the gate for the agribution?
Yeah, while you still have seen attendance rise, you're still reducing costs. So just wondering why that.
Well, I think we still want to incentivize the use of the transit list, and I think that's where our goals really align with cities in terms of changing and enforcing public behavior. To me, the success for initiatives like that, we're removing a barrier and make it easier for people to do the right thing. We find from a logistics point of view, it was no surprise to anybody, that it's better to have fewer cars on the property. It's just, you know, it speaks to the value of the service in other major events in the city. If we can do our part in reinforcing the value of a mass transit system for major events and incentivize by lowering some prices, we'll do that. I think it's important to note that, you know, we recognize that we operate in a competitive environment for people's recreational dollars. So we make just this year to have no increases in any fees or tickets across the board. And the last thing I wanted to do was increase the cost of someone take city transit service.
It's always a huge asset at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councilor Flegel.
Welcome and thanks for the long wait. Right now, it looks like to ride a horse up to the front doors. It's all dirt and mud. So are you getting guarantees from the people that you get pavement and everything in the front doors by late November?
Through your worship, I think, you know, those are always at the front of my mind. The property undergoing a fairly substantial rejuvenation, as you know. The parking lot, as far as we've been told, we're not really involved in that, other than that we really hope it's done by the time we're open. End of October, beginning of November seems to be the target completion of that work, and I think the weather is playing along.
Thank you. I was wondering too. You always talk about additional. Where for this delegation that comes to agribution? Who is it?
It's a good question, Your Worship. I would say we have this year applications to come to agribution from Kazakhstan, the country of Jordan, China, Singapore, international from Singapore to look at Speckle Park, a breed that is invented, bred in Saskatchewan. A success story.
Follow up with that. Do you monitor new countries, first-time countries that are coming?
Through your worship, I think that's it's a watermark for us anytime they attract and make inroads in a country that isn't previously aware of what we had agribution, but also in Saskatchewan in the livestock sector. And you know, we are adding more events for our internationals that take them off grounds that show more what the agriculture and value-added industry in agriculture has to offer in this province. So you know, these guests from all over the world are going to see more of places like our food processing facilities and our manufacturing facilities.
We get to ride a city bus too.
That's the idea.
So did I just hear there was a joust challenge between you and the mayor?
No, you did not, Councillor. That was you. You were going to do that.
I thought I heard you were challenging the mayor. Okay, no, I'm sorry.
No, that was you,
Thanks.
Councillor. So you cut off the microphone, by the way. No. Any other questions of the delegation? Thanks. You can return to the gallery now. We'll look at report 114. Councillor Flake, the floor.
A report of delegation, and it's CR-18-92. It's something that I think we were always looking at to improve, and our transit system alleviates some of the parking issues, as Mr. Lane mentioned, is one way. And if it's going from 13,000 to 20,000 ridership, with I think an average of 120 people through Agribition in one setting, that gives it about a 15-20% ridership of transit, and we've got the shuttle buses and the couriers and everybody else like that. So, looking for a little bit of cash. It's not a lot, but $24,000 is a way to helping them provide transits for all the visitors worldwide that come to Regina Agribition. So I'm in full support.
I need a second for that report, please. Councillor Bresciani, on the report. Murray.
I'll just speak in support of this in-kind service. One of the things I hear about a lot in my community is vehicles being parked in resident areas. We've created that no parking around the stadium and around the rest of the facility. But again, Agribition is one of those events where we people coming in from out of town. So it's really important that we get them on the button and keep that area cleared up for the residents that live there. I also added full metal justing last year, and it was great.
Councillor Rennie.
Thank you, Worship. I'll be brief as well. Heard the delegation before, and I think it's important that the message is up. Again, the drinking and driving, I want people to again access the bus service, and I think the big connection with the community that we're a city, and we want to have them. We want to be a partner of that. So whether to us, this is good for our city, and very good people coming, are welcoming the city, and make this happen. So I'll be supporting that.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Other speakers? I would just quickly add that we've made a major investment in Agribition with the Trade Center, $11 million. Soon to open up this fall, and this is a small way to show support on how we move people in and out of the facility, but there's no doubt of our long-standing contribution with the Western Canadian Western Agribition. Other speakers? All those in favor? Opposed? That's it. And we had a motion for a take by Councillor Down. A seconder, please. Councillor Murray. All those in favor? Opposed? We're back at 5 after. So I'd like to call the meeting over, please. Maybe if we have. So if I could ask members to please state so we could continue on with the meeting. Councilor is not here yet. He The next report, for us, is CR 1791, which is the waste management bylaw moving to a biweekly curbs garbage collection. So I guess ask Councillor Hawkins to introduce us. Councillor Bryce is on the line. So, Councillor Hawkins.
Bear with me just one.
Certainly.
Worship. This is a recommendation of Public Works and Infrastructure City Mayor or their delegate be authorized and the frequency of waste collection, the city solicitor be instrumental, and so on. Basically, this arises of the budget reductions, the lowering of the grant from the provincial government to city. At that time, there were a number of measures considered to fill in the $8 million hole. This is one of the measures that came forward. Under this measure, average collection would be reduced during the winter months for Christmas from weekly to bi-weekly collection. This was discussed in the committee. The arguments were put forward. It was noted that, first of all, that the city of Saskatoon already has an arrangement like this that appears to be working well. Secondly, that this will be in place for a year. It'll be Thirdly, residents are being encouraged to recycle, and this is part of the effort to get more recycling done within the city. So for all of these, the committee supported this recommendation. And I haven't asked seconder, which I should have done initially.
Review that was seconder for the report. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you.
This is the report. Councillor Flagel.
I'm in support of this with a few questions which have been brought up by a few of my residents. And what I'm wondering about is if I notice the conclusions in number 3 at the very bottom as frequency as set by the city manager or his NID from time to time. Does that mean that you have the ability to, not going well in November, December, you can make changes to this, or is that more referring to if you're not around, somebody else got decision? How does that work?
Mr. Sitter.
Through your worship, the intent is that myself or designate would make adjustments, but specific to this particular. So, in other words, we're going to move to the biweekly collection. That will take place. We're not asking for the ability to make adjustments permanently into the future. Obviously, this is a council decision. If there was something that we came across that required us to make a change, then we're looking for council's authority to do that.
Okay. That was what I was looking for. It makes sense because this is a trial period for 4.5 months, I guess. mid-November through to the end of March, I think is the dates was told. Some of the questions that I've had, and you can answer these, is that people have to be, I have a family of 6 plus 2. It's really difficult to have one brown bin on a biweekly pickup. Would I be able to second bin as a special exemption and have two bins and one recycle? I'll ask that question.
Well, you want to try that one?
Through your worship, at the time we don't have a process to facilitate having a second bin. What we can do, and we have done on occasions, is work with individuals, families, or households that are having difficulties in managing their waste into one bin, and work with them on how to what's more recyclable, try to get the recyclables out of the waste stream, and to what their waste needs are, and to assess how to best manage their. I'll ask Ms. Lagodra of solid waste if she has anything to add to that.
The goal?
Through your work, Ms. Gizmo answered that quite well. Right now, the system is that each single-family home receives one card and one blue card, and we ask our residents to work within those parameters. If they can't, because we do acknowledge that some families are larger, that they contact us, and we'll gladly have them work with our waste diversion specialists to look at other options available to them.
Okay, so if I could through you say call 777-7000 and go through, or is there a different number that we're going to have to these individual families?
Ms. Gizmo?
Through your worship, that would be the best way to contact the city.
Okay, we can pass that part on. The second possible options, a lady phoned me and said, could we maybe have a free landfill pass that could take large garbage too, instead of having not enough time or not enough bin space. Was that ever about a committee? I guess would be one of the things. To maybe giving an exemption of a one-time land pass here to get rid of extra stuff. And although I don't know if it's not really in this, but as a waste management, is the hazardous waste has brought up again as one of those per year. So, but the thing would be a free pass each tax-paying resident, or I don't know. Discussion ever been on that?
Ms. Gizmo?
Through your worship, no, it wasn't a discussion around that. A decision like that would be at the discretion of the council, and higher council to issue a pass like that. At the landfill, there are amenities to help divert and stop hazardous household waste. So we're not offering the hazardous household waste day. There are amenities at the landfill that could address those needs.
Okay, that's something I don't think a lot of people know about. So that might be something to bring up in our website or site. It is on the website. I'm not sure. If it isn't, maybe it should. But no, I'm in favor of this because it was that we looked at. We had a list of about $4 million that would find a solution to have in the total of 8 or 9, whatever. And this was one of them. And there's a whole little ones that got cut as well. But saving 132 hours, it's worth a 4.5 project to try and see if we can get this resolved. And you're right. I talked to one of the media this morning, and it was basically we need to learn to garbage better, recycle, carburate, etc. Maybe is there an opportunity now? Let me say maybe a possible legal. Are we allowed to take our garbage and put it in our bin on the street next door?
Mr. Weary, I think the answer on that one, but Ms. Gizmo, try that one? Simple answer.
Through your worship, correct. The answer is no. But what we would encourage
residents to do is we have a waste wizard on those city website. Is a very handy tool for people to do if they're having difficulty figuring out how to dispose of things. They can type that item into the waste wizard. It will give a number of different options, including private, company managed waste as options on how to dispose of things. Don't know how to dispose of.
Okay, to clarify that last question, I have a bag of garbage in my house that came from underneath my kitchen sink, just regular garbage, not allowed to put it into my brown bin that's on getting picked up in the morning.
Nope.
I will ask. I believe is no.
Okay.
The city solicitor.
So that was an easy answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Flanagan. Councillor O'Donnell.
I wish Councillor Flake wouldn't ask that question. I talked to my neighbors tomorrow. So I need to go back time. So while I appreciate that Councillor Hawkins and Flake have identified that this is an issue as a result of budget deliberations and so on, I back farther and tell you that this was discussed openly when we introduced the notion of recycling, and it was part and part of that discussion. So I will tell you one story. I was contacted by a lady who said, what am I supposed to do? I have in my home incontinent mats. And so she said, I have lots of garbage. I just can't go to the smaller bin, recycle. It doesn't work for me. We at that time, and I can't remember how many years ago this was, unable to identify the garbage collection so that she could get another bin and so on. I threw it as part of the discussion. So as this unfolded, and I took a minimum of 25 phone calls and had long discussions with people, and we talked the idea of recycling and bins and so on. With the idea, expressed idea, it should be a natural transition to go from recycling to less garbage, from recycling to less pickup, that is once every 2, whatever. And after these discussions, the 30 people I talked to, 29 with me. Started the conversation, not agreeing, they all agreed. I've been waiting for this in one respect. This is not, for me personally, this is one of those, just today we're going to do this. This is lifestyle. So while we're talking about November to March, it is frozen. It's frozen in December. Smells and odors are not the same. They can go a little bigger. Not only is Saskatoon doing this, PA has been doing this for a while. Most considering this. And heaven forbid we'd ask other Western provinces as well, because this is a lifestyle. I also note that when we have, because I've heard, we get roots from leaves and so on, but we also have pickups in neighborhoods for people to take yard waste to and so on. So there are many ways that we can handle this lifestyle change. I'm all in favor.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Worship. So, a couple here with Gordon, and I've heard from many reasons. I've heard both sides, and I think one of the big things is that if you talk to younger generations, they feel we're behind the times. We should have moved a long time ago, and then you to I would say bigger families, they have concerns around, of course, garbage filling up. But I think the one thing we have to make sure that we let residents know is that we have larger containers. I know some have gotten the smaller ones, but we have to really make it, as I've let my residents know as I could, but once they knew that if they've got a smaller one and they're struggling with the smaller one, there is the larger one. And I think, and not that I get that, of course, to promote everyone to recycle, we need to increase our diversion for, and that's pieces of Asian. Because I still think there's people out there think they can throw those little white plastic bags that we get at the grocery store, still think that we can recycle those, and we can't. It's again, hopefully, I think the waste is a good option, but I think we to somehow find ways, that's through schools and other ways to engage our residents to look at different ways to promote. And I think I agree it's the winter months, hopefully, but one question, how are we going to work with business? that have, that's a question I know I've been asked.
Ms. Gizmo?
Through your worship, currently garbage collection only services residential property in the city. All commercial properties are required to provide their own waste services.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so, and then the last I wanted to ask about is composting. So I know in South they have an option where they actually, their city picks up their compost and they're charged a fee if they want that service. So are we don't do that, are we promoting it all these services to help get the message out there that maybe people compost more? What are we doing with that?
Gizmo?
Worship, if individuals type in some composting material in the waste wizard, come up with, I believe, 3 major service providers within the city that do that type of service.
Okay. And moving forward, is that going to be something that we're going to be looking at all, as even compost drop-offs at all at any time?
Ms. Gizmo?
Through your worship, certainly the leaf and waste depots, which were suspended this year for budget reasons, are intended to resume next year. We are also doing some work on evaluating other services that involve curbside, leaf and yard, or sort of curbside or program to implement the services we're already.
Okay, perfect. So just to go back, so if the person wants to get a bin, it's accurate to call the service and request that. Is that accurate?
Ms. Gizmo?
For your worship, that is correct. We have larger bins on order, and they come the 777,000 number, and we would certainly discuss what they're looking.
Perfect. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Councilor Barshani? Councilor Murray?
Thank you, Your Worship. My first question, I'd like to look at metrics that we have, or if we collect, on how much material goes to the landfill that's actually recyclable.
Ms. Gizmo?
And perhaps Ms. Legault can add. Our audits show that the bins on weekly collection are about, on average, 60% full. And of that material that's in the bin, there's about 14% of the material that is deemed recycled, should not be in the brown bin. And so that's the reasons that there's some capacity to go to bi-weekly, particularly in the winter. I'll ask Ms. Legault if there's anything additional to add from the audits.
Through Europe, there's nothing more to add. Ms. Gizmo added quite well.
Okay, those are promising numbers. Quick head math, 6% and then 14%, that's half. So, I mean, right there, we've already, that sounds good. My next question is, where I'm comfortable is a position where we can turn it around. Things do not work out, and we do see some challenge in the community. That's what's promising, is that know in a year what this is like. Actually, 4 after this. So, thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Kundera.
Thank you. The question was asked about business, but I've calls from homeless specific care, and they're that they might be struggling with dealing with stuff, especially, there's 8. We have a bylaw that allows about 8 to 12 children in a house, and the house business is permitted use. There's business being paid on that. How are we going to mitigate if they run into difficulties? I know I heard that we get to get a bit bigger bin, but how are we moving forward on?
Mr. Gizmo?
Through your worship, the service that we provide now is a residential collection, and it does not contemplate base businesses. What's provided to each residential property, as Mr. described earlier, is 1 brown bin and 1 blue bin. If someone is operating a home-based business of their property, it may be in instances where they have to look for a private service provider to provide additional garbage collection service, as many other commercial entities would have to do.
The question so made would then, as we're permitting a daycare, residential, we provide, we pay a fee, business license, and now we're going to say to them that you have to get another bin. There's be a debate or argument on that. So that's the question is, I mean, if we're permitting something and now we're not providing, so I know we're not, because you're doing different stuff that is outside the residential is. So, but how would you further answer the question? For instance, you say you're waiting for bins to get any, let's say within a month or 2 or 3. How would you mitigate that? And the question I think was asked about land fee, things like that. Are we looking at things like this? Putting up a landfill to home businesses like this? Through Mr. Chair.
Mr. Gizmo?
Your word, I need some help or assistance on the question exactly. Service, as I said, was a residential-based service. We need to ensure providing the same to all of the residential on which we serve, and which is why we're consistent with things are provided. The question about opening the landfill to business like daycares or home-based business, that would, again, be a condition for council to change or amend middle fees. That currently that's contemplated and not considered in the structure.
Okay, thank you. One more here. You talking about your worship, is Saskatoon has succeeded implemented this type of service. Do we have any numbers from them how they're dealing with, let's say, because there's Regina behaves and Saskatoon behaves the same way. We have home-based business, daycares. Do we have any information on how are they dealing with that, or dealt with it, or overcome that kind of difficulties?
Ms. Gizmo?
Through your words, I understand that Saskatoon actually go weekly collection all year round. I'll have to go to discuss what she's learned in her discussions with her colleagues in Saskatoon.
Through your worship, just to correct Ms. Gizmo, Saskatoon's bi-weekly is a 7-month program each year, beginning in October and running through till April. Bi-weekly has been there for about 10 years. So when asking the administration, and none of them remember when it was made because it is part of their culture for so long. And so bi-weekly is just a part of the waste management in a house. Saskatoon did introduce on a subscription basis only a yard waste program, green bin, from April to November. This is picked up bi-weekly. The administration in Saskatoon has said that only 11% of the residents have signed up, and it hasn't really made a significant change to their waste reduction. So I think that answers the question.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Through your worship, I sent us this motion, not for the financial for the cultural change reasons that Councillor O'Donnell had highlighted, and as a waste diversion strategy. Unfortunately, I think we did it for service when we decided for financial reasons to trim back on the education components and other strategies of our recycling and compost around leaves. So I'm hoping to overturn that in the next budget cycle. I guess then my question here is how we would monitor this on a daily basis. So for instance, as drivers are picking up trash, do they have capacity to get out of the trucks and maybe put a tick on a bin where they see a bunch of garbage piling up and say, here's the Waste Wizard communication strategy that we're getting out of the truck and making a note to residents?
Ms. Gizmo?
Through your worship, I'll have Ms. Lebushi provide some answer on how we address when bins are misused or waste isn't disposed properly.
Mr. Gull?
Through you, that is exactly what the plan is. We currently have tags available to all our drivers that see some type of infraction and they had communicated to the residents tag, giving them the reason why they're being tagged. So the bins are overflowing. We see that there are recycling materials in a garbage cart. Then people are advised through that process.
Thank you. My next question has to do with the involvement of community organizations. I participated in the cleanup in Cathedral. To what extent did he work with those organizations to facilitate the cleanup of back alley now that we might see a number of bags just being ditched into the communities if it's not being picked up?
Mr. Joel?
Through you, Your Worship, we're currently going to be available to the North Central Community Association, who are doing a community. As an administration, we have not worked directly with the community association, but we are there to support them through education, managing their waste and collecting their waste, so making the landfill available to them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I think we need to change habits, and we'll all work on that. But I did get some call people, and two of them were from large families. One has babies in diapers, and we figure about 140 diapers every week will be in that garbage. And they're worth that. They don't want to put it outside. But they can call the city, and the city can help them with that, which is good. This other one came to all of us, and it's a gentleman who creates about 40 to 50 garbage bags of litter from his yard. And since you can put so many bags in the cart, he takes him about 4 months to dispose of his leaves. This year, he figures that it'll be till June before he'll to dispose of the leaves from the wall. So I'm happy to hear that we're putting yard waste site back in place, but that's on the budget, correct?
Ms. Kidd?
Through your correct, yeah. There's no election this fall, but it would be introduced pending approval for next.
Right. So what choice do people have? They can do the landfill?
Through your worship, that's correct.
But there's no other where it could be collected.
Your worship, no. And I believe on visitors we do talk a bit about compost, how an individual might do some composting in their own yard.
So if they call the city, get some information about that.
Certainly.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Other speakers to the report? Councillor Murray, if you could take the chair.
Your Worship.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, I supported the motion for us, a good conversation and debate. I have a question of the administration, though. Just to be clear, on Saskatoon's experience in this, they do have the citywide bi-weekly collection and have had that for years. Is that correct?
Oh, sorry. Ms. Gazebo?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Ms. Liddell can provide.
Through Saskatoon has had biweekly garbage from over the winter months. So 2 years they extended from a 5-month period to a 7-month period. Our test here is for 4.5 months.
Understood. So for you, Mr. Chair, to the administration, what has been experience related to other conversations we've had here tonight about daycares that have a lot of garbage put out? What has been the response or experience of Saskatoon? Do we know that?
Through you, Mr. Specifically, I don't have a lot of detail in it. The administration has told me that they with individuals to help them plan waste management. With regard to some of what the other councillors have cited, there has been a shift in behavior in Saskatoon, understanding that waste is not just something to get rid of. And Saskatoon has been quite successful in shifting to bi-weekly garbage collect in the past and remains so.
So, Chair, we'll have the same things. It will be a relatively smooth transition to do this, but some of the ways by councillors are important. I've had calls on that as well. I would like to add another recommendation to the report so that we can get an understanding and feedback, our experience in the first year. Just have the administration come back with the end of the cycle of the the bi-weekly period. Just to come back and tell us what the experience, both in the execution of and the results of what we heard from. So I vote for that, please.
I'll also say Mr. Weary has additional comment. Mr. has a comment.
Okay. On the amendment or the...
I'm not sure.
Mr. Chair, just wanting to make some a couple of legal issues raised, but I can wait until the members' comments. Thank you.
Okay. Administration report back. Success. Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay.
Good. So, seconder for that.
Seconder, Councillor Berciani.
Yeah, I just think I think support this initiative for two reasons, but also for, I would say, our reasons are certainly to recycling, and that the objective all along is part of the grand plan is to pull away from things away in the landfill to recycling as much as possible. But we do need feedback as to how it's working. When I've been speaking with individuals throughout the city, I've said that I support this and that we want to see how it's going to work. If there's changes that we need to make at the end of this cycle, then we'll do that. So I would ask members to support the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Flegel.
Just real quick, is there a possibility maybe get a brief up a month in, just so that administrator has a good feel for it and we kind of know where it's going? Residents might have in knowing how it's going as well. Just like, I'm not talking report, I'm just saying come back in December council meeting with a second 2-minute report to saying, yeah, things are going good or not. So just a thought.
Sure. I think I might stand away from that one because I think it's not enough time to make a judgment after 2 cycles. I'd wait for the end of the period to gather some hard evidence of that one.
Okay. Councillor Young.
I think this is an amendment, and some of the phone calls I've had, people did not realize that this is a test and that we're going to add it again, and so it's important for that information to be out there.
Councillor Dura.
Through which I think Councillor Young clarified that what was going to be is that if we go through this period with the 2 weeks, then is administration just continue with it, or does this stop? So we have to come back again to council and done this. That's
Ms. Gazmo.
Through your worship, the decision in the budget role was for this to be a one-time cost savings. So if we were to proceed with it further, it would require a council approval.
Okay, clear. Thank you.
Councillor Mancinelli.
I guess, first of all, I want to say I support the initial idea. In regards to the report outlined by the mayor, will we get any, or can we have an act, especially pertaining to the residential-based business that were identified by some of the councillors, and maybe possible solutions for areas that have problems? Tagging system for extra drop-offs for those businesses, or a way we can take back some of the costs associated with services for, along with that report?
Councillor, this is actually just, we're just talking about just the amendment. Main motion.
I understand. That's what I mean. With the amendment, I anticipate we're going to have a couple problem areas. Could we possibly have some recommendations with that for possible solutions if we do encounter problems with that report?
Ms. Gazmo?
I believe what Mr. Mancinelli is asking for is when we do our review and come back roll that we will look at all of the different different situations that exist and how biweekly affects. Certainly that would be part of the report.
That would be part. Perfect.
Thanks for fixes.
If there's no further questions, so a question on the amendment. All in favor? Opposed? Great. Yeah. Your Worship.
Thank you for support. I just have one comment. We've all heard of residents who are concerned, real comments, real concerns. There are no delegation. So I think people have, if you talk to explain the process, that they're perhaps more comfortable. We'll find out now that we've made a decision, but no delegation is one level of saying people are somewhat comfortable with this. The issue of education is important, and it's always important. I know that in previous, actually less than a year ago, we did a major advertising about recycling, and we need to do that again, continue, because it's complicated, and people are observers of process, and they need to be reminded of that. So I know the administration will come back with a type of advertising, motion, and education component when we do things like other diversions and whatnot. So I look forward to that as well. Thank you.
Your Worship.
Councillor Hawkins, do you want to close the debate?
It's been made, Your Worship.
Thank you. With that, I'll call the question on the report. Solicitor, yes. We know that we have an interesting conversation on this list.
Yes, I can't help but I have to comment on a couple of legal questions during the course of the debate, and I wanted to take the opportunity. The first was on the question that Councillor Flegel raised around flexibility with using other people's containers, and there is some ability in the bylaw if you get the consent of a neighbor to deposit or waste. You can do that, but otherwise there is a profile. You can only use your own container. So I wanted to clarify that point. Second point, Your Worship, is just to make clear the implications of the recommendation. Top of page 2. In the current waste management law, there are legislative standards, so weekly garbage collection, weekly recycling, that are set in the bylaw, and the implication of moving section 6 and 7 is to remove the standards, and they become the discretion of the city manager. I understand that this is for the flexibility to implement with the program over the next 6 months as part of to report back. I'm sure council will receive recommendations around whether those service standard levels should be set back by law or remain administrative to adjust the service demands. One example that's given in the report, I believe, around needing to around Christmas and holiday, the collection schedule for obvious reasons. So just wanted to make sure that council is aware of applications of the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Solicitor, for that those points. I'll question on the report. All those in favor? That's carried. So we now have 2 bylaws. Councillor Murray. The waste bylaw and St. Matthew's Anglican Church grant.
Worship. Moved, seconded by Councillor Berciani. Bylaws number 2007-32, 38 be introduced and read a first time.
Those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I move by Councillor O'Donnell that bylaws 2007-32 and 38 read a second time as amended.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Seconded by Councillor Hawkins that council by consent bylaws number 2017-2 and 2017-38 go to a reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move second Councillor Stevens that bylaws number 2007-32 and 2017-38 read a third time.
All over. That's carried.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. We'll now to reports executive committee reconciliation and update. Councillor Murray.
Sorry, bear with me.
No, that's good.
Sure. So this is in respect to reconciliation, Regina, and what was discussed in the executive committee. There's a explanation of everything. To convene a meeting of community leaders and organizers who have expressed interest or who have been identified as potential champions of reconciliation for the community. Reconciliation in Regina. The champion individuals and organizations will begin to create a response through a blueprint of action to respond to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action.
Have a seconder, please. Are you finished?
Yeah, that's it.
Are the speakers to the... I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Executive Finance and Administration report on the request of time for subject plans on the commercial corridor. Councillor Hawkins.
Your Worship. Request by Industrial Regina Limited change to the tax mitigation for 7 properties be denied and tax mitigation program outlined in parts CR 1457 alteration 2014 property tax actions and CM 4 boundary alteration 2017 property tax exemptions are in place. Industrial Properties Regina Limited appeared before Finance and Administration Committee and request that their tax exemption continue beyond the tax mitigation provisions which already covered them. The committee considered this and rejected it, instead favoring the recommendation of the Finance and Administration Committee. There were several, the matter was discussed in detail. There were points made. First of all, there was a tax mitigation plan in place. Secondly, it was pointed out that these lands are subject to development. That is, that under the Design Regina Growth Plan, they would not have to feed under that plan. They could go on a case-by-case basis. These landowners up to that when this matter was up for discussion in terms of the annexation. Thirdly, pointed out that the view of the land as a result of the annexation had increased significantly, and that and to some measure justified paying taxes. And finally, the point that was discussed the most is the submission by the applicants that we don't take advantage of many Regina services. We're more like we're under the RM, therefore we shouldn't have tax. That view, while one member of the committee was rejected by others, as a city, don't say to people, if you use garbage, you have to pay for it. If you don't, you don't have to pay for it. If you use roads, pay for them. We don't offer a many services as a municipality. People pick case by case. We offer municipal services, and all of us, some of them, all of us don't use some of them. So that we pointed that this was the case in this situation. And finally pointed out that if we grant exemptions for these 7 properties, there were another properties that would almost be before us. You take the 4 properties in total, and the exemption comes to a loss of $415,000. The final point, we're going into a discussion as a council where we have to deal with $15 plus shortfall owing to provincial budget cuts. Not really in a position to erode our property tax base exemptions. So for all of those reasons, the Finance and Administration supported the recommendation of the administration, and I would ask for support as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Seconder for the recommendation report. Councillor Young. Spew report. Any speakers to the report? Kundera.
Your Worship, through you, if I could get that to explain the imminent, for that area. what does it means?
Ms. Harlock?
The Design Regina plan has been approved. This area has identified as an area that is not to the phasing. So at this point in time, the crossing has an approved concept plan, so they are allowed to proceed with development today in time.
Okay. So Your Worship, one of the questions, one comments, I will not be supporting the denial. That is, I do not believe that that area is imminent area for development because with implement across the secondary plan, things are deemed imminent. When you look at that aspect of it, there was when we talked about the southeast pressure. That southeast pressure zone is going to be quite strained, and so I don't believe that if they can go on this any other plan or whatever want to achieve that, they won't achieve any kind of build for several years, maybe 15 to 20, for the southeast pressure zone. Second comment I'll make is about they're ready and they have services. Yes, they have a very small line or maybe 3/4 inch line of water that's coming in there. They don't have fire hydrants, don't have sewer, so they use haulers for removing their waste. They have fire protection. When a fire truck goes out there, it's just the fire truck has whatever he brings in the truck for the water. Otherwise, there's no source of water for them if there's any problems. So this is why when I know that there's a kind of weighing out of what where, but I have again stressed that once we implement the secondary plan or I don't believe this is the reason I went the way I'm going, that there are imminent. I'm looking at being fair. There are businesses around that area that are exempt, and they're not that very far from where they are. And I know that there's taxations. I know that we need, and I know they say that their land and their value went way up. Okay. But at the same time, too, I think to an annexation, I might be saying wrong, but I can ask, was there any kind of anything that was said at that time that we, within the next 5 years, we will have that area fullest? So that would be one second question.
Ms. Harlock?
Through Your Worship, when they were brought in, we were going through design, and it's clear in the plan that they are allowed to proceed with development. So they do have the approved secondary plan, and they can move forward with service. It's not the city's responsibility to service it. It's a development landowners within the area. We've been working with them to come up with a service plan for them to service their properties. So I think they are allowed to proceed with development.
Okay. So up to now, I have a knowledge of what's going on next. All that's what I'm seeing in front of me now. So of that, I will leave it now. I'm not going to be surprised, and I feel that they're being, well, either way, they're not getting shake on for the leather in that area. So that's the reason. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Young.
When we did this at Finance and Admin, there were some things that caused me to vote against it. One is that they had a concept plan when they came before us, and they had a builder that was to probably build on land, and at that time they didn't have any problem with saving the land. They were ready to that. They have there's a 5% surcharge that they're not paying. Could you explain?
Through Your Worship, when these lands were in the Arm of Sherwood on water, and as per requirements, they pay a 75% charge on that water. And as they came into the city limits, no longer required to pay that 75% charge on their water. They are septic, so they do haul their septic to the septic hauling station. But the ability is the user pays. It's not it's not through the tax.
Right. And that's the same they would pay for septic system if they were in the Sherwood and not paying taxes. So the only thing that I heard that in the way of them doing it development is that they have to get together and decide how to borrow the money from the assessed value of their land, which is way up, to be able to then service that land that they could do what it was proposed to do when they came to us asking for the concept. So the only thing that stands in the way, as I saw it, is them getting together and coming to agree. So I voted against giving that tax.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Bresciani.
So just questions, as it's quite there's a lot to take in when you read the document and try to understand what sit on finance, to go back and try and sort all out. So I just have a question: when this land to come into the city, when did that is?
Farlock?
Into the city in 2013, the boundary alteration process.
And so at that time, they were given, just to understand, a 5-year and a 20% increase every.
That's right.
Okay. And so at that time, who deemed it imminent then? Was it the city? Was it the developer, the group? Who deems that it's imminent?
Through you, Your Worship, it's a design Regina. So when you look at our growth plan, pull it up here, it is all of the areas of the city that are allowed to proceed. And so actually, because it's a commercial development, there is no restriction phasing. So our residential areas have a very specific phasing, and only certain areas can go at different areas build out, then they're allowed. The next phase is allowed to go. In this case, there is no phase. They can go once they have an approved concept plan and had their concept plan approved. It's approved by the city, so they're allowed to any time.
And then, so just to be clear, are they receiving when they pay this? Are they receiving the same city services that other commercial police are receiving?
Through you, Your Worship, correct. They're receiving, fire service, police service, those sorts of things. As we said, our utility is a user system. It's not through the taxation, so they are paying their water rates, and instead of paying their wastewater through our rates, like our bills, they just pay it through the hauling. So they're paying for the service. It's just through way.
Okay. So then just walk through the land across on the south side. Was that also deemed imminent as well?
Through you, Your Worship, is correct. It was the commercial corridor. There wasn't a phasing plan.
So that was the same for that side as well. The north and south were the same. Okay. Okay. I guess the one thing is that plans, and we've seen it at council. And sometimes these plans fall through and don't go the way they were planned. So I guess the question I ask council tonight and administration is, in other things, went to council and things have not gone the way planned, we've taken a second look at. And these are employers also that employ 400 and 500 employees. These are companies that do that. So I guess the question I ask is there's no relief all that can be done in this situation for these businesses?
Ms. Harlock?
Your Worship, it is at council's purview if you deem it fit to go with what they're proposing, it is in purview to give the tax exemption. It would have to be through motions of council.
Okay. I guess the last thing I just asked, that when we're looking at blank land, and there hasn't been any development the last, I guess it would be 4 years, we not as a city look at it as maybe it's not deemed imminent? Would that change at all? Like if there's no activity in that area?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your work, it's the imminent refers to the phasing. So it can come at any time. I think if there's a question about imminent, I think then if the idea is not going to develop, then perhaps then it needs to have some clear restrictions on when it can develop. Because right now they have an approved concept. The OCP says they can develop at any time. So it's just a matter of, as Councillor Young said, getting together to do the servicing and then with development.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brashani. Other speakers? Councillor Flake.
Thanks. Trying to wrap my head around it. So, for tax exemption on the subject land, why was there a tax exemption in the first place?
Harlock?
When we brought lands in through the maturation process, it was the tax mitigation principle that administration put before council to lessen the impact going from rural tax rates to urban tax rates. So that was the goal, to ease people into these rates. And it was clear through the maturation that they would only be the 20%, like it would be going up % each year.
So, if that's through you, changed. Why aren't they anymore?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, they're at the end of the 5-year tax exemption.
Oh, 5 is up?
Yeah, they're 5 years coming. So the request is they would like a couple extra year tax exemption.
And their applications of $418,000 after 2018, is that based on G7? Because there's 9, if I remember, there were 9 different groups that came back in the day. And now I'm hearing you say, I'm hearing it's 7.
So through your worship, so the tables are on page 3 and 4 of the report. There is the applications that are being listed now, and administration's position is if you're going to give it for one group, why wouldn't you, where the whole group got the 5 years. So the mitigations and the changes are lined in table 1 and table 2 of court in terms of the loss of taxation if you go with what the proposal is.
So you're saying 16 properties? Are you that's the whole group, or is saying is the whole group?
Yes.
Ms. Harlock?
Yes. Through your worship, that's correct.
16 properties. Okay. So the implications are $440,000 if we deny. So what vehicle do we have for them to have to pay it? What do we do if they choose to say no? We refuse. We want to go back to the RM.
They don't have any. They have to pay.
Yeah. So through your worship, there's things I heard in that question. The first is if they don't pay, we would do the tax process.
Okay.
To collect taxes. Obviously, they always have the opportunity. We'd have to go through the process if we were to put it back in the RM, but at this point, we brought it into the boundary of the city.
So, okay, so it's 5 years, if I could, Mayor. In the 5 years, have we added them with better service than they had prior to enter this agreement back in 2018? We haven't done.
Through your worship, being within the city limits, they have access now. They're not surcharged to their water. Okay. They have for sure access to wastewater, our hauling station. When they're in the RM, those are all iffy with respect to whether or not it's because it is our facility. So they have permanent access to those facilities. When they were in the RM, it was through a fire service agreement that was up for negotiation. So now they're in the city limits, so they have fire service, maintenance of roads, all of those things. And as they develop, they'll have full services to the wastewater and water systems for larger growth elements.
As they develop. Okay, so as of today, they are still going to stay on septic. Going forward until they just start developing further?
Through your worship, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Feigl. Other speakers? I have a couple of, and I want to understand, there's a company name here, but I received a call last year, earlier this year, about a company that was told they could not rent space because this was urban holding, and they were not to have a move in, even though they're doing the same kind of work, painting and whatnot. And they did get this done, but the point they made was for being asked to be in where it's imminent development. If they had some company that would to rent, they were told no to do it because it's urban hold. Is that an impediment to individual companies on this site developing their land?
Through your worship, zoned urban holdings, they could go through process for rezoning. At this point, I think now that they have the concept plan, we would look at their application. I would have to go through the process of rezoning to get it to the zoning be the most applicable and would meet the long goals of the concept. When land into city limits through a boundary alteration, the zoning that they get put to is holding until the plans and those sorts of things in place. So then it's a full plan so that we rezoning it to what the concept plans.
Just want to be clear, the level of service they're receiving, are they being taxed at the same rate as other commercial enterprises in the city, minus, I guess, they're paying that so it's not reflected in the taxes, or any other service here, or is it the same rate?
Through your worship, will in 2018 be taxed in commercial rates as any other commercial property.
Okay. Is there application that we earn any interest or any imminent development that may happen on the site? I know the last one we had didn't come together. Any notion that something may happen in the near future?
Through your worship, we are working with there is one key landowner that's trying to organize that whole area for servicing. I can't speak for each individual landowner as to what development plans are, but definitely we would work with any proponents that would want to proceed. I think the key was making sure we had a concept plan that was in place, showed the future road network servicing was going to take place, and out just as you saw tonight with the Chew Business Park, what the long-term goals are for that area. But as each landowner comes forward for development, we would work with them within the policy framework that has been approved for that area.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on the road? I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of denial? All those opposed? Motion. Okay, we'll move on to report 17-95 from Finance Administration, donation of memorabilia from the stadium at Taylor Field to the Calgary Sport Hall of Fame. Councillor Hawkins.
Councillor O'Donnell had to do all the work. This is a recommendation of Finance and Administration Committee that the Chief Fiscal Officer be delegated the authority to approve the donation of memorabilia from the stadium at Taylor to the Saskatchewan Sports Hall of Fame.
Do you have a secretary for that, please? Flegel?
In order for the city to get property, it needs a motion of council. The property in question is very valuable instrument, but not very valuable indeed. And I've asked for this, and the Finance Committee I looked at it and thought this is the most appropriate place to metal material to work.
Okay, thank you for that. Any speakers to the report? Legal.
Is this the last of memorabilia out of Taylor Field? Mosaics, the old mosaic?
Mr. Wright?
I'll ask Ms. Hargrove to respond to that.
Through your, yes, this is the last memorabilia come out of the stadium.
So if demolition finds stuff somewhere, are they just squash it, or are they going to kind of come back to us and go, hey, we found something in the bottom shelf of the back side of the wherever, and it could be worth, as Councillor Hawkins said, but no value. You know, would they come back to us? I'm assuming they would.
Ms. Hargrove?
Through you, Your Worship, they did find something they would, although we have done an extensive work with the operation staff, staff, as well as demolition, and we're fairly confident that we have into all of the secret hiding places.
This is through memorabilia. So have we got a running total of where we kind of are with the amount of dollars that we generated from memorabilia that was brought out of Taylor Field?
Ms. Hargrove?
Through you, yes, we're still doing the final on the numbers, but we're coming in at $75,000 in terms of the city revenue.
Nice. That's good to hear. I was at the demolition process going to take place, and I brought up the collapsing of the West Stadium. Once they clear it all out, it's a simple process. They cut almost like a tree. But they did say that they need a caterpillar to pull it down. And I discussed with the winner of the bid process, and I said we'd be able to, in his safety rules, I said we'd be able to raffle across China, to have a raffle winner sit in the caterpillar and put that thing in reverse with a chain on it. He didn't say no. So legally...
He didn't say yes either.
But he didn't say... But I thought, you know what, there are enough people out there in the city of Regina that love a photo op, and this could add $70,000 or $75,000 substantially. I'm talking like $100,000. I bet somebody would probably in the city of Regina want a picture of pulling down Taylor Field bleachers on the west side. So he didn't say no, but it's just, thank you.
Yes, either.
No.
The speakers to the report. All over. Opposed. Carried. Move on to Planning Commission, naming. Councillor O'Donnell.
Senator, thanks. So out in West Terre is a completely finished park, and the one of the names on it was to honor a lady named Shareda, and all I've ever heard is wonderful things about the lady. The developer has agreed, and this is put forward after public consultation. I would recommend concurrence on this.
Any discussion on the report? Sounds like a great idea. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now we have a closed application for proportion of road and land on Dudney Avenue. Councillor O'Donnell.
This is there 625, 715, and 8 from Dudney Avenue. If I could have a seconder, please.
Please. Councillor Murray.
So, you know, we often work with some closures, and it might be a bit of a lane, like $5,000, and we care. This actually has a little bit of money. It's $300,000 here, and it is all Tuxedo Park. And if you have a map and see, it actually makes perfect sense. There are some structures on there that can be tore down. There are some abilities to have new development in an area to be blossomed at this time. Again, we'd see concurrence.
Any discussion on the report? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Last report, discussion and use application for a planned group of in the town division. Danny? You give the
Thank you, Your Worship. I have myself for conflict of interest if it has on some property in the towns.
Thank you for that. And we'll just follow Councilor Becker the room. Councilor Donald?
Thanks for going to have a seconder. I'll speak
Second,
to
please. Councilor?
This is an area of medium and with this type of as a discretionary use. So before you is actually a two-phase. They're looking at the self-service first. It has a single access. You'll notice one of the units has two parts. This is the developer. They've exceeded it. It's where it was planned. It's where it was to be, and it's just coming forward now. So we seek again, please.
All those in favor? Carried. Now move for information. We have 4 of them. Finance Administration is for a moment. Is any comment by Councilor Hawkins on them? Councilor Hawkins?
Is the receive and file of the Regina Civil Employees Long-Term Ability Plan. This was considered by the Finance Administration Committee. There was nothing usual to report. I just want to draw to one fact because it may be relevant later on. The overall return of this fund, 4.0%. Let me read you the comment on that. On a total basis, the 2016 return of Regina Civic Employees Long-Term Disability was 4.2%, falling short of the custom benchmark by 0.6%. The majority of the underperformance was centered around global economy, where markets were difficult to navigate domination of political certainty, mainly in the United States and United Kingdom. In other words, this plan that performed pretty much on target. I mentioned that, and also I mentioned that there was nothing unusual in this. We heard from Mobius, and they didn't signal anything unusual. So I'd ask for a file.
Great. Thank you for that. Now, is that a motion for the first one or from all of them? Omnibus one.
I'll go fast, but I think I should do them one.
Okay. Discussion on the first report 11. Any debate discussion on that? All those opposed?
Thank you. The second matter is the annual debt report. And again, the committee discussed this, nothing unusual, but it might be good to have the administration comments.
Mr. Ray, you thought you were going to get off easy, didn't you?
Your Worship, members of Council, so this is an annual report. It articulates that our debt at the end of 2016 is about $294 million. And it's expected that our debt will grow to $320 million at the end of 2017, and that's really that's with payments down, but also some with respect to Buffalo Pound Electrical, and that shall come before Council in October. And that we're well within all and are able to demonstrate fiscal management in support of our credit rating.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ray. A comment on the report. Question, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Thank you, Your Worship. The next matter is the 2017 year financial report. The new report, again, I would like to ask for Mr. Ray to comment on this, but before I do that, I want to say that it will be the last time that Mr. Ray is on it before this council. And on behalf of the Administration Committee, I want to say what a real help he has been to us, and to thank him and wish him well as he goes off into the sunset. Thank you.
So we'll be looking for a seconder for the report. Councillor O'Donnell. Mr. Ray, you're not done yet.
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of Council, and thank you for those comments. So this is a key milestone as a finance part in the City Administration, and that is to actually share some interim financial reporting in a formal way. This is the result of very hard work to improve our systems and dedication of our fine team, among others. So the mid-year report shows we have a small surplus projecting a small surplus of $4 million for year end. That $4 million sounds like a large amount. That means that we're within 1%. We got it 99% right to our budget. And on the ability side, we're at 97% right. We have a 3%, we're within 3% of our budget and $4 million surplus at this. Some of the key reasons are things like the weather's impact on our election season, which has been very positive. Fortunately, we've had record water breaks, but some good news on the road maintenance stuff. The other thing is with the increased interest rates, our bond portfolios, as interest rate goes up, value gets affected. So there are adjustments. This is only mid. We are always subject to change in half of the year, but a very positive outlook at the night, and very pleased to take it forward this time.
Mr. Ray, any comments or questions on this report? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now, before we get to the last report, I'm reminded I did not get a seconder for report 12. The record, someone to provide a second on Councilor Murray. Thank you very much. Last report is 17-14.
Thank you, Worship. Seconder for that.
Councilor Massanelli.
Thank you. This is also a pension plan. The pension plan. The return here was 2.8%. Questions in the committee about that rate of return. I'm going to list another brief passage and then explain the answer we got. On a total fund, the 2016 return of the casual and superannuation and elected officials' money purchase expense plan was 8%, falling short of the benchmark by 3.9%. The underperformance was centered around global equity markets, which were difficult to navigate given the dominance of political economy in the United States, as well due to the timing of the transition fund investments. It was unable to capture some of the outperformance demonstrated by the new fund match in the first 6 months of the year. The addition of a second liquidity manager under the new structure is expected to provide diversification benefits going forward. And when Mobius was questioned for this, they answered that this fund goes to the disability fund, underperforming by a greater amount because of the risk, the tolerance for risk in fund. But nonetheless, I think the signal to them that it should be paid. 2.8% is not the end of the, but it is underperformed. It should be noted and intended to in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Hawken. Any comments on this report? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So before we move adjournment, I wondered what Councillor Hawken was mentioning. We say this is Mr. Ray's last meeting. Can't figure out why he would say that, because he said he's dream-wise here. So if you live in the dream, you should be staying here. Another story. But in all seriousness, Mr. Ray, on behalf of the city, the word remarkable was used. Certainly a remarkable resource to help us move through lots of trend. 2 in 1 year, to name just part of that. So, the council, thank you very much for your contributions. You'll be missed. Motion to adjourn, please. Councillor Fandura, seconder. Councillor Brasciani. All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you very much, everyone. Have a great evening.